Egunon jaun-andreok, ongi etorri Tokikomen antolatutako Komunikabideak Etorkizuna Ehuntzen Jardunaldietara. 10 urteko ibilbidea elkarrekin ospatu eta gaur egungo erronken inguruan hausnartzeko aukera izango dugu gaurkoan. Espero dugu, orain hasten dugun bidaia, zuen gustokoa izatea. Egunon, jauna.
Egunon guztioi eta ongi etorri Eusko Jaurlaritzako hizkuntza politikarako eta kulturako sailburua, Bingen Zupiria jauna,
Minister for Culture and Language Policy, Mr. Bingen Zupiria,
Bizkaiko
Bilbao,
Euskara eta Kultura
Provincial
Diputatua,
Councillor
of
Basque and Culture, Ms. Amaya Ria, Mayor of Getxo, members of TOKIKOM, participants, welcome and thank you very much for coming to this beautiful venue. And we needed to celebrate it here, big style, because this is our 10th anniversary. At the end of last year, we got together at Untitled with our friends to hold our meeting. And we gave out awards. And that time we were in the countryside, but this time we're on the coast. We've come to the afraid to dive in. And as you can see, we'll be surrounded by little fish and enormous ships, cruisers. But as well as enormous cruisers, we also have enormous fish. And we'll be holding this meeting on the media. And we know that in the same way as in the sea, there are little fish that can form a much bigger fish. 10 years ago when we set up TOKIKOM, that was the goal. Instead of each of us struggling along as a small fry, we realized by getting together we could get big. And we firmly believe in this. And it's no joke, because since then, 76 media have got together under TOKIKOM, so we must have done something right. And today we'll have the opportunity of saying that we have done something right. We'll review these 10 years, we'll look at everything we've done in the past, but from a very special point of view. I'm not going to give any clues now, we'll look at it later on, because now we have to look at the future. It's the same as the sea again. The sea inspires us, because we face the sea, we start to dream. We start to think about where we want to go. And we'll be reflecting on that. What do we want to do, how, with whom, and for that purpose we have good company. Because on the other side of the ocean, we have other people and organizations that work in the local media. And that's why we say that sometimes we have good experiences here, but it's good to know what's happening elsewhere, and we'll be able to show them our experiences. So together, the aim is to share these experiences. What has TOKIKOM done well? Well, at least it's done one thing well. I was saying that there are all kinds of people here. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the interpreters for their job. But as I was saying, we've done something right in TOKIKOM. We've chosen our presidents, Mikel, Jone,
audiotiban, ze nola oraindik kanpokoei txiste ez diegun azaldu, pentsatuko dute pelotean ari garela
And I'm joking a lot, but we have to consider that we have people from other countries, so we'll have to explain some of this in greater detail, because we're here today to learn about these experiences from abroad, and we also want to explain our experiences to our guests from abroad. And the aim is to weave networks, and network also is the same word for net in Spanish, so he's doing play on words with networks and using networks or nets for fishing. As we say, the big fish eats the small fish, and we believe that we can become a big fish, and this in the end encourages us to find our own place in this ocean, and that's what we'll be working on today. And I'd also like to tell you that if you want to have a coffee later on, you'll have to do your homework first, because we're at this excellent venue, feeling very comfortable, but after coffee we'll have to do a little bit of work. And we can see that there are some little fish around here, but they're not for decoration purposes. It's so that we can write our opinion on how we should weave our future. So if we want a pincho and a coffee later on, we'll have to do our homework first and write down our opinion, our point of view on those little fish. And as you know, to open this meeting, I have to welcome the people that represent TOKIKOM. First of all, the President, Artozazabal. Go ahead. Good morning and welcome. I'm going to try to be brief. The media are weaving their future. This defines today's meeting. The media respond to the needs of society and share the same challenges. We're talking about the future, as Urko said. We're looking at the sea, at the ocean. We receive data and we try to find our place in the world. We try to be close and continue to weave nets or networks with other agents. And here, we're here weaving networks. Thank you so much for participating. And let's continue to work together in favor of the future of TOKIKOM and the local media.
Ikusten duzue zuzendari zorrotza dela Tokikomekoa, esan eta bete labur izango dela eta alaxe egin.
As you can see, we have a president that meets her word. She said she was going to be very brief, and she has been. And now, since we're in Getxo, we're going to hand the floor over to our host, the mayor of Getxo, Ms. Amaya Aguirre. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Getxo. For us, it's a very special day, as it is for you. As the mayor of Getxo, I'm very pleased to be able to take part in this meeting, since, after all, we're talking about local media that have been working for 10 years. This is something we ought to celebrate. I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about the role of local media, because they help to transform our reality and to build a social democracy. And that's why first I would like to thank all these people that work and give us the opportunity of reflecting on future challenges. Thank you very much for organizing this meeting for this purpose, and thanks to all the participants too. The local media are essential to build a social democracy. We have a society that's better and better informed, that participates more and more, and the local media have been indispensable for this. Fortunately, in Getxo we have Hiruka, a communication group in the Basque-language that offers accurate and important information on our municipality. The communication media, as well as informing, help build our reality. and they also help promote our language. Because languages form part of our identity, of our culture, and they only make sense when they're used. And that's why platforms like TOKIKOM are essential to keep our language alive, to enrich it, to promote its use, and to guarantee its future. Various experts from the world of communication, both local and abroad, are with us today, and they're going to show data and extremely interesting experiences, and they'll also be able to help to clarify our doubts and help us respond to the challenges together. So today is a day for celebration, to share everything we've learned and to work together to respond to common challenges. Finally, I would like to thank the whole event organizers, all the organizations that have worked in collaboration with the Getxo Town Council, with the Provincial Council, the Basque government, the government of Navarre, ETB and Hiruka. Congratulations to the TOKIKOM platform for these 10 years, and thank you for helping Getxo City Council to develop the Basque language, because we want to have communication media in the Basque language. Thank you very much, Amaya. And now, as the mayor said, we knew Hiruka, this communication group, and they've been a benchmark for local media. Today we'd like to talk about what the local media have done, how they have evolved, and share the experience from various local media. And our next guest, Hiroshi Medina, manager of Hiruka, is going to talk to us about this.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to be brief. Languages, customs, cultures, as Amaya said, defend their people, and the local media are a witness of this. Thanks very much to everybody for coming. Let's continue to make progress. Let's continue to work with the local media. Let's keep informing on our municipalities, and let's help the local media together. Let's surf all these waves that are coming together in this beautiful environment around us. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand the floor over to the Regional Minister for Culture and Language Policy, Bingen Thuidia.
Hiruka eta Tokikomeko adiskideok, egunon.
Representatives from Hiruka and TOKIKOM, good morning, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of being here today. Hiruka, on its front page today, says that experts from abroad will be meeting here today to celebrate these 10 years of TOKIKOM. So to all these experts from abroad, welcome, and thank you very much for coming and for accepting the invitation to share your experiences with us, because we'll probably learn a great deal from your experiences. I want to be brief, but I want to ask permission to congratulate three sides of the issue. I'm a citizen, I'm a politician, and I've worked with the local media. And I've worked for the media in 1982. And why do I say 1982? Well, in that year, Basque Public Radio and Television began, EITB, and it broadcast content for the first time in the Basque language. But it wasn't the first local medium in the Basque language. There were other smaller media doing it. But let's remember that date, 1982. In 1983, if we look back, what did the communication arena look like? Well, we would have had a dark screen behind us, and we, the journalists, would tell the audience what was happening behind that screen, because only journalists would be able to see what was happening behind the screen. Only we, as journalists, would have the privilege of seeing what was happening. 40 years later, we're here. We don't have a screen. And the audience, the readers, can see reality the same way we can. They can see what's happening behind the screen. So our function has also changed. Sometimes we try to explain what everybody already sees. We try to explain it. And for everybody that works in the media, and I can't speak in the first person any longer, but I think that's something that we need to take into account. What is the place of the media? What's their function? Let's consider that it's changed completely. So whether we're local media, national media, big or small, it doesn't matter if we're small or big fish, as Urko said. We have to rethink our function and properly define our tasks in this new world. We talk about a new world, a digital world, and now I'm going to speak from the point of view of the citizen. This world of ours is digital, where we have small and big fish, and also sharks. And citizens are unprotected, because there are media and other agents that want to attract our attention and tell us what's happening. They want to give us news, reflections, etc. Citizens are in a complicated situation because sometimes we don't know who we can believe. Sometimes we read news that we might like or not like so much. But what's the worst thing that could happen? Not knowing who is providing the information, because in the digital world, those providing information can be anonymous. As a citizen, although often I don't like what I read or see, I want to know who's signing that story, who's giving me that information. And in the midst of this tsunami, in this jungle where everybody wants to grab our attention, we need references with a name, because that way I'll feel more at ease. I'll read a headline much more at ease if I know that there's a signature behind it, if I know who's reporting. And now, thirdly, I like to speak from the point of view of a politician. I have to speak in front of TOKIKOM and thank them for their collaboration, because we're celebrating their 10th anniversary, and it's true that I've been in this position for less than 10 years. But even so, I would like to thank all the people that have taken part in TOKIKOM. You've always been colleagues on the path, regardless of our discrepancies. We've been walking together for some time, thanks to your stories, to the information you offer. And for that, I would like to thank you. In 1982, EITB was set up, Basque Radio and Television, but the Basque Parliament also passed the Basque-language Act that guaranteed certain rights to citizens. One of those rights was the right to receive information in the Basque language. Through the media, you guarantee that communication in the Basque language. You guarantee that the information in the Basque language can reach our citizens, because that's what the law says, that's their right, and it's also your function. And in that function, the Basque institutions have given their support. We've gone a long way together to set the foundations and to guarantee the financial stability of the media. I think that beyond that financial stability, we also have certain joint functions in this new world. In this new world that's changing so much, because yes, we are small fish, but we have to survive, and we have to make a contribution to the citizenship. We have to know what they want, what they need, what they're asking for. And then through an ethical and professional code, we have to respond to those needs. That's our function. We have to do it in all formats and supports. And we have to always bear in mind that we live in a digital world. And finally, I'd like to speak as a politician, a citizen, and as somebody that has worked in the media. I think that we have to thank the effort made by the local media to normalize our language, because today we have this tool to communicate in, a tool that we didn't have 40 years ago, a tool that is regulated and that makes it possible to mutually understand and communicate with each other. We owe that to our language, but also to all those people that have supported the language. You've done a great job, so thank you very much.
Eskerrik asko, sailburu jauna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Regional Minister. Well, now that the representatives from the various bodies and institutions have spoken, as the Regional Minister said, we live in a digital world. So we'd like to greet everybody following us via streaming. Because I want to remind you that we're broadcasting this via streaming, so greetings to all those following this through the digital media. And we also have a person that's working as a notary and an illustrator, Berna Ngoni, who will summarize today's meeting later on. Thank you very much, Berna. Very near here we have Aiserota Mountain with some beautiful views. It's incredible, like Bernard's drawings. And the point is that when we face giants like windmills, we always feel afraid. Don Quixote himself was afraid. But we have to talk now about big windmills, because the regional minister said that we speak Basque, which is our instrument, but now we have to speak English. Why? Because there's a reference in the world of media, the BBC, a benchmark. The people that visit us from England usually come through that door from the cruiser, but today they've come by bus. And they're here to share their experiences with us so that we can learn from each other, because this is not just something for today. TOKIKOM has been in touch with these media from abroad for a long time and has based some of its projects on these media, projects that we will review today. The BBC has a section that's called Local News Partnership. In other words, it's a work group that supports the local media to integrate the national TV quality standards. Although the BBC is very large, it cannot reach every corner.
So this is why they're collaborating with journalists from local media outlets. And what they do is they provide the BBC with the materials, and the BBC what they do is adapt this footage or this material to their own criteria. So let's just imagine, since 2017, they have the local news partnership underway, and since then, 850 local media outlets receive support from the BBC. 850,000 outlets are collaborating with the BBC, and today we have Jason Gibbins and Peter Sherlock. And Jason Gibbins is the assistant editor of the local news partnership, and he's going to be talking about that. In other words, how they coordinate the local news media with the BBC, how they collaborate with these media outlets, and he's going to be talking about the practical aspects of this collaboration. And Peter Sherlock, on the other hand, is the Deputy Director of the Shared Data Unit of the BBC, and he will be talking about the stories of public interest that are shared thanks to these local media, thanks to this network of collaboration. So today, they'll be focusing on how important these news sources are and their transparency, or the importance of their transparency, rather. So they'll be talking about what we have to do to guarantee the maximum level of transparency too. And these presentations have to do with this chapter called Social Democracy and Local Journalism, a very significant challenge. But in any case, they have their own challenges like we do here, but in any case what we want to know is how they address these challenges so that all of us will be able to learn, or at least so that we can see if their experience is useful for us. So you have the floor, both of you, Jason Gibbins and Peter Sherlock.
Good morning. Egunon, I'll try. So, London, Liverpool, Birmingham, Manchester, Newcastle, Bristol, Glasgow, Cardiff, Belfast, Orkney, Shetland, Isle of Man, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. The Local Democracy Reporting Service is part of the wider BBC Local News Partnerships, an agreement between the BBC and the UK regional news industry to support public service reporting, sustain local democracy and improve skills in journalism. Consisting of 165 reporters based across all four corners of the United Kingdom, in its simplest form, the Local Democracy Reporting Service is a local government news wire. Funded entirely by the BBC, at a cost of around £5 million per year, it delivers approximately 1,200 stories to the Newswire every single week. And once delivered to the Newswire, those 1,200 stories are free to use by almost 200 media organisations, representing a combined total of more than 1,100 individual print, online, radio and television outlets from across the country. So, that's 165 reporters funded by the BBC. That's 165 reporters delivering approximately 1,200 stories every single week. That's 165 reporters delivering stories that are free to use by the BBC and more than 1,100 individual news titles. In addition to the Local Democracy Reporting Service, the Local News Partnership also delivers the Shared Data Unit, which my colleague, Pete Sherlock, sitting in the audience, will tell you about shortly. And it also includes News Hub, a bank of BBC News video material shared with regional news partners for use on their own websites. However, my wish today is to give you a full understanding of the Local Democracy Reporting Service. So let's briefly look at how and why it was launched before I explain in more detail how the system works. The journey started almost 10 years ago now, when, in a story that's familiar across the Western world, falling advertising revenues and the subsequent reduction in the number of frontline journalists working in newsrooms meant it was becoming increasingly difficult for the industry to find the resource to provide detailed coverage of local government meetings and decisions. It was a problem in the UK that everyone knew existed, but no one was sure how to at least partially resolve, until, as an industry, we started to talk. The first step came in June 2014 with a revival of local journalism conference that was organised by the BBC. It was a point where everyone interested in local news gathered in one room, much like we are today, regardless of competition or platform, to discuss the challenges faced in the UK regional news industry. They asked what could be done to protect high-value public service journalism for the benefit of the industry and, most importantly, the British public, the people who have a right to know what decisions are being made in their name and in their communities. So 2 months later, in August 2014, a working group was formed from conference attendees to develop potential ideas. And within 12 months, the three main ideas of what we now know to be called the local news partnerships have started to emerge. A cohort of reporters to cover the work of United Kingdom councils and local authorities, a system for sharing BBC News video output with the wider industry, and a collaborative data journalism team. Finally, what up until now had simply been a strong desire for the BBC and the regional news media sector to work together became a reality in May 2016, when the BBC and the News Media Association, the representative body of the UK's national, regional and local news organisations, signed a joint letter of agreement to define funding and broad outline of the local news partnerships. The agreement was written into a government white paper, published in December 2016, and development of the local news partnerships got underway. By September 2017, the Shared Data Unit was launched, and in January 2018, the very first local democracy reporter was hired. 1 year later, the story had filed 50,000 stories to the Newswire. A further 2 years later, the number of reporters was increased from 150 to 165. And today, more than 320,000 stories have now been delivered by the service to the Newswire, a figure that continues to grow by around 1,200 stories every single week. So how does it work? The BBC funds the service in its entirety, including all employment and salary costs of all 165 reporters. The BBC also oversees the service and provides the technology to deliver the stories via the Newswire. But importantly, we don't recruit or employ the reporters. That responsibility falls to a small selection of our 200 regional media partners known as suppliers. In total, we work with 18 supplier organisations, ranging from Shetland News, which employs just one part-time reporter on the remote Scottish island of Shetland, to Reach plc, one of the largest media groups in the UK, which employs a total of 77 local democracy reporters in its newsrooms across the country. Later this morning, you'll hear from Richard Gurner of Caerphilly Media. With apologies for the spoiler alert, Richard employs one local democracy reporter who does an excellent job reporting on the work of 2 local authorities in South Wales. But in addition to managing and supporting that local democracy reporter, Richard, like all of those in our supplier newsrooms, is responsible for publishing the work of that reporter. Stories are written and published via a WordPress portal, which you can see on the screen now. It's a very simple system that allows the reporters to write the story and attach associated images, audio and video. They must also tag the story with a local government authority, so that when it's published to the Newswire, partners in the most relevant areas receive that story. The story you can see here was written by a local democracy reporter named Philip Churm. Philip's placed in Plymouth, a major port city in southwest London. So let's follow its progress through the local democracy reporting service system. Once published, larger partners, larger news organisations, receive the stories direct to their own Newswire. The example you can see on the screen is the BBC Newswire, a system called Open Media. This wire is used by all journalists across all departments of the BBC. So you can see that Philip's story was delivered alongside content from international news agencies such as Press Association, Reuters and others. However, the vast majority of our partners don't have access to their own Newswire, so they're given password-protected access to an online portal, to which the same local democracy reporting service stories are delivered at exactly the same time. So you can see the Plymouth story there in the BBC Newswire and there in the password-protected portal for smaller partners. Once each story is delivered to the wire, partners can preview it and download the content for publication to their own audiences. In this example, Philip's story was used by Radio X, the supplier organisation that employs him under contract to the BBC. It was used also by the BBC. And it was used by Plymouth Live, a print and online news outlet owned by Reach plc. So that one story by one local democracy reporter was used by at least 3 separate rival news organisations. At least 3, probably more. And that's something that happens now multiple times a day, every single day. Like this story from London last Sunday, for example. Used by the BBC, My London, South London Press, all rival news outlets. Or this one from Cornwall last Monday. Again, used by the BBC, used by Voice, an independent title in Cornwall, and used by ITV, the main commercial TV company in the UK. Or this one from Humberside last Tuesday. Again, used by the BBC, used by Hull Live, owned by Reach plc, and used by Yorkshire Post, owned by National World Media Group. So all examples of one local democracy reporting service story being used by multiple news outlets. So that's the local democracy reporting service. But to summarise, 165 reporters across England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, providing impartial coverage of local government and other publicly funded institutions such as health trusts, fire authorities and police commissioners. Important to point out, they can only report on these publicly funded institutions. They cannot report on any other news as part of the funding agreement. The roles are funded by the BBC. It's a large partnership, 165 reporters, so it costs us around £5 million per year. But they're managed by the local news sector. And they're managed by the local news sector for the benefit of more than 200 media groups responsible for in excess of 1,100 individual news brands. So to conclude, it's worth highlighting that the scheme was the first partnership of its kind anywhere in the world. We didn't have a template, we've built it from scratch. That it is where it is today is the result of hard work, open collaboration, and a strong commitment to learning and improving along the way. But, while fulfilling its primary aim of supporting public service reporting, sustaining local democracy, and improving skills in journalism, it's also important to remember that the local democracy reporting service does not replace existing regional media activity, but adds to it. The aim of the local news partnership and the wider the aim of the local democracy reporting service and the wider local news partnerships is not to save local news. The BBC should not and cannot do that, but to be a positive addition to the media landscape and to support. As to what comes next, time will tell. Funding for the local democracy reporting service is guaranteed until at least the end of the current BBC charter period in 2027, but thoughts are already turning to beyond that date. In January of this year, a Sustainability of Local Journalism report was published by the UK Government's Department of Culture, Media and Sport. Among the numerous recommendations made in the report, one related specifically to the local democracy reporting service. While highlighting some areas we know that we can continue to develop and improve, the LDRS, the report said, should be protected under forthcoming charter negotiations, and we encourage the BBC to explore ways to widen the scope of the service. We hope to be given the opportunity to do precisely that. So thank you. Miesked. I don't know how we're doing for time, but I'm happy to take any quick questions if you have any. I'll take that as a no, and I run off stage. Thank you.
Hi everybody. I'm intrigued to see how I'm drawn on this cartoon. I'm going to be looking over my shoulder. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here in this beautiful part of Spain with you all. Thank you for the invite. It's also a real inspiration to see what TOKIKOM is doing in terms of collaboration in journalism. I think, as has been mentioned already this morning, we all know that journalism faces huge challenges going forward. Funding models have collapsed, there's been a loss of public trust, the rise of social media. All these challenges can be quite daunting. It's really exciting and inspiring to see how you are meeting some of these challenges through collaboration and coming together to work on areas areas where we can overcome these problems together, and that's fantastic to see. I want to talk about data journalism. So I work with Jason on the local news partnerships, and specifically when we were setting up the local news partnerships, during those conversations with the local media sector in the UK, we came up with various things that we could potentially do and work on together. And data journalism was one of those areas. So our aim specifically is to enhance and support local data journalism across the UK. And we have kind of 5 maxims. We use data as a source for stories. We do public interest journalism. We use tech to source the data. So we use it with computer-aided journalism. We work collaboratively, both across the BBC, but with our external partners, the 1,000 titles that Jason spoke of. And transparency is at the heart of what we do as well. So we're really keen to be open with the journalism that we create, to build trust with our audiences by opening up the process, by sharing our methods and our data. And how do we support the industry? Well, we do it in 3 ways: by training, through journalism, and through events throughout the year. I'm going to start with the journalism, the second one there. A few years ago, just to rewind, the British government set up a digital-first strategy in which a major principle was that publicly funded data should be publicly available. So if data was created and funded through public money, whether that's through police forces or local government or NHS health boards, if that was created with public money, the data should be publicly available. And that actually led in the UK to an explosion of data sources. So for data to, under that principle, data had to be online, machine readable, so we could read it with spreadsheets, free to use, free to share and distribute, easy to find, and kept up to date, so contemporaneous. And the major government data portal was data.gov.uk, which is a one-stop shop for data in the UK. So both local and central government data sets are deposited in data.gov.uk, and that, you can see, covers a huge range of areas in terms of transport, government, business and economy, government spending, and so on. And there are now something like 50,000 data sets covering 385 public bodies across local and central government on data.gov.uk. So it's a huge amount of potential news stories for journalists to investigate. And I'm just going to, these are just some of the government data portals that have since grown since the government launched that initiative. So we have, NHS has its own data portal. We have local data portals. Where I live in Birmingham, there's the Birmingham Data Factory. The police have their own data portal. And they are releasing data all the time on the very issues that matter to our local audiences. What's happening? What is the wait at their local hospital? Are there potholes on their street? What is the crime like in their neighbourhood? These are all crucial stories for local news, and they're there being released. Across the EU, there are data portals popping up everywhere. France has 44,000 public data sets, the Netherlands 21,000, Belgium 10,000, Poland 3,000 public data sets being released, and more every day. The official EU data portal now has 1.6 million data sets. So a huge number of potential stories to investigate. But here was the problem. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly. They have released 1,500 data sets publicly. This is the devolved government of Northern Ireland. But 500 of them have only ever had one download. So that's a third of all the public data in Northern Ireland has only been downloaded once. So if we're to be, as journalists, to be accountable and to scrutinise those in power, we need to be equipped with the skills to investigate those data sets. So what we do is we train journalists across the local news sector with data journalism skills. We bring them into the BBC and we give them masterclasses in how to interrogate data, how to visualize data, how to present it to a compelling way to our audiences. And we do that throughout the year. But we also create data journalism stories that we then share with the network in a similar way to how Jason explained the news wire. We send out data stories on that news wire. And these are a couple of examples was a look at the financial state of local government in the UK following the pandemic and how tourism hotspots had been hit really hard by the pandemic. We used data sources. And here's an example that we looked at of NHS dentistry crisis, which looked at how many dentists were leaving the NHS and how many people were struggling to access a dentist in the UK. So what we do is we make sure that we have local data for every single news outlet across the UK. So we can tell a national story on the BBC, but we can tell hundreds of local stories with the local data that we've gathered. And we share a document like this, which has all the data on, it has comments from experts, it has rights of reply, and it has background information. But crucially, local journalists can go and find out exactly what's happening in their area, how many dentists have left in their specific town or city or region. And that enables them to tell a convincing, compelling story for their own local audience. These are local newspapers across the UK that have used our data for front page stories week in, week out. So over the last few years, we've trained 500 plus journalists in data journalism skills, and we've created something like 1,700 stories across the network. So we're in addition to the local news partnerships. Whilst the local democracy reporters focus on covering local democracy, we use data to tell local stories that matter to local audiences. And I think my time is coming to an end. So we have a website. We upload all our stories on there and all the data if anyone wants to check that out, or follow us on Twitter. But does anyone have any questions around that? I think we're good. Okay, thank you very much for having me. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Horixe, entzun dugu BBC-ren balorazioa nolakoa den, bai? Orain dagokigu beraz, beste aldean ere nola bizi duten.
What we've just heard, what they've said at the BBC, and what we have to see is how they experience this in other places, especially in the... Well, you know the metaphor of the two floors. You have to find out, if you live on the second floor, you need to know what's going on the first floor. So we have Richard Gerner here with us this morning, who's the representative, the person representing the Caerphilly Observer from Wales. And this is a media outlet that he set up in 2009, and this is a digital outlet for local information on this particular area in Wales, and which was a major success. So this is why it has a very large circulation, more than 10,000 copies. And he's going to be explaining to us then, he's going to explain what kind of connection they have with the BBC, and he's also going to explain the practical manifestations of this contact with the BBC too.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, can I say thank you for inviting me here today to speak to you. I've been really looking forward to finding out more about what your association does. We have something similar in the UK called the Independent Community News Network, the ICNN, based at Cardiff University. So this is a real opportunity for me to learn some invaluable lessons. What you guys have achieved in 10 years is amazing, and the ICNN has a long way to go. So when I go back to Wales, I will certainly be busy sharing what I've learned. So thank you again. My name is Richard Gurner, and I am the editor and publisher of Caerphilly Observer, as well as the publication's founder. I am also its Chief Finance Officer, Head of Human Resources, Transport Manager, IT Coordinator, Developer, to name just a few of the hats I wear. Caerphilly County Borough in South Wales is mainly rural, with pockets of urban areas, such as the towns of Blackwood and its namesake Caerphilly. It is an area, 28,000 hectares, with a population of about 180,000. Once dominated by the coal industry, it is an area affected by high unemployment levels and social problems. I was born and raised there and became a journalist in 2004 on the local newspaper published there at the time, which is now sadly closed. However, it was while I was in Brighton, in England, working on a large city daily newspaper, the Argus, that I started Caerphilly Observer, first as a website on my kitchen table with a budget laptop. I moved back home to Caerphilly in 2011 and decided to take Caerphilly Observer on full time. In 2013, we secured some funding from the local council and launched our free fortnightly print edition with a circulation of 10,000. As you can see, it has taken a bit of a toll, but I still love what I do. Fast forward a decade, and including myself, we now have 7 staff members. One of them is Rhiannon James, who is employed through the BBC's local democracy reporting service under its wider local news partnership, and I'll speak more about Rhiannon later. So as you heard earlier from Jason, the BBC launched the LDRS, the Local Democracy Reporting Service, in 2018, and right from the very beginning, there was a willingness to engage with smaller independent publishers. I know that Jason and his colleague Matthew Barraclough held a number of question and answer sessions and worked with the Independent Community News Network to ensure publications like mine had access to the content produced. One of the stumbling blocks, however, if I remember correctly, was ensuring that publications who had access to the content were reputable. Under the original criteria, this meant that publications had to be signed up to a press regulator in the UK, such as IPSO or Impress. It's not always viable for small publications to ensure this, for example, membership fees or the administration burden. This is where the ICNN stepped in. They have responsibility for ensuring its members produce content and act within IPSO's editor's code without the burden of being full members of the regulator. The BBC was really good in changing its initial criteria with the help of ICNN to allow smaller publications access to the LDRS content. While access to the content was now available, there was still an opportunity for us to bid for the contract for our area to host a reporter. But we decided against it for several reasons. One of those was office size. We simply didn't have the space. But the main hurdle for us was the size of that first contract. Caerphilly is one of 5 council areas that make up the larger Gwent area in South Wales. The BBC decided to have a contract where 2 reporters covered the 5 councils. This was simply too much for us to manage given our limited resources at the time. Our IT systems were also not adequate, and I was not confident in my own ability to manage such a jump in the number of employees. Back then, it would have been from 3 to 5, and all of the accompanying HR burden. I ultimately decided against bidding. It simply wasn't right for us, and decided to be a content user instead, using what was being provided. The contract went to the South Wales Argus, which is a neighbouring title published by the much larger NewsQuest group. The Argus predominantly covers the 4 of the 5 Gwent council areas and a little bit of Caerphilly. We developed a good working relationship with their reporter, suggesting ideas and keeping in touch, and everything was working okay. The BBC during that time regularly held meetings with users of the content, and still do. So there is a formal area for discussion around the scheme and the service. And it was always encouraging for us to be invited, to give our feedback, and for that to be listened to. If I am honest, there was a little bit of frustration from us in that I knew there was a lot of council news in Caerphilly not being covered by the Local Democracy Reporting Service when it was held with the South Wales Argus. But that wasn't their fault. It was more to do with the fact that the contract was too big, with 2 reporters covering the 5 councils. Thankfully, this was recognised by the BBC, and the areas were changed for the next round of contract bids, a reflection, I believe, of the BBC wanting to engage and work with smaller publications. Applications had to be completed by the start of 2021. The previous year, of course, was a memorable one, and one where things changed for us. The pandemic had a profound effect on Caerphilly Observer. Advertising revenue, which helps fund what we do, quickly dried up as lockdowns set in and businesses closed. And during that year, I had to make a decision whether or not to stop publishing Caerphilly Observer. 3 years on, it is easy to forget how difficult that period was. I was facing a future where our local news website and newspaper had no income at a time when getting information to our readers was never more important. A couple of advertisers stuck with us, and we also had money coming in from statutory notices from the council. By law, UK public bodies have to place certain information in a newspaper, kind of an indirect subsidy. I decided to keep going until the money ran out, but thankfully the government business support then kicked in. And I was especially lucky in Wales, as the Welsh Government also provided about £13,500 to publishers of independent newspapers and news websites. So that money enabled us to keep providing our service. And we were also extremely fortunate to get support from the European Journalism Centre. But the drop in advertising made it obvious to us that we had to find other revenue sources. This led us to asking our readers for their support, and we decided to launch a membership scheme. But would readers support our work? I believe they would, but only if we really concentrated on providing them with journalism of value. This meant us examining everything we did and questioning why we did certain stories and not others. And it was a real experience, it was a real existential experience for me to start questioning almost 20 years of practice. You know, why do we do sports stories? Why do we do this type of stories? But it was also a recognition that the stories that local newspapers should cover can be told in a different way and a different refocus, especially in the context of COVID-19. The pandemic meant there was an awakening to things such as different laws in Wales that don't apply in England, and that needed to be explained to our readers. This, however, also revealed that quite a lot of what councils did at a local level was not fully understood by the general public. This concentration from us on our journalism and readers willing to pay gave us a renewed confidence in what we were doing. Just before the pandemic, I should add, we also had some funding from Cardiff University for a criminal court data project, which unfortunately didn't get off the ground. But as a result of this, we hired a tech guy who helped us professionalize our IT structure. So by the time applications opened for the next round of the Local Democracy Reporting Service, the contract had been changed so that one reporter would cover Caerphilly and Newport councils, 2 out of the 5. But I still wasn't quite ready. Something was holding me back. And it was the necessity of having all of the relevant policies and documents the BBC needed in place, some of which I did not have. However, one of my then reporters, who I had hired thanks to the European Journalism Centre funding, asked me the question, why wouldn't I apply for the LDRS scheme? It was at that point I realised the hurdles in front of me weren't insurmountable. I needed help though. And so I turned to an old friend and colleague from my days on the newspaper in Brighton, my old editor, a person called Frank Leduc. Frank set up a news website in Brighton, going up against the old newspaper where we had worked together, and he had successfully bid for the LDRS contract in 2017. He advised and helped me develop some of the policies I needed and gave me the confidence to answer the questions the contract demanded. Without his help, we would not have been successful, and this shows the importance of small independent media working together. So it was announced in 2021 that we had won the BBC contract, so the process of getting a new reporter on board began. I had lots of video meetings with Jason and his colleague Rachel, and I was talked through all of the things I needed to do very clearly. Any fears of dealing with a big organisation like the BBC were dispelled immediately, and I felt very, very supported. Every quarter, I need to invoice the BBC, and I'm pleased to say they are prompt payers. The system they use is pretty straightforward and easy to use, a small admin task for me. Other issues that we had to overcome included getting the correct insurances in place, and also an internal system for us to know when to check filed copy. So we didn't go over the time limit set by the BBC. This proved a little tricky at first, but we got there. So Rhiannon joined us as our local democracy reporter in July 2021 from Cardiff University. She's a graduate, and I'm very pleased to say she has certainly made an impression. Some of the stories she has worked on include the rise in the number of houses of multiple occupancy, where buildings are converted to house lots of people in single bedrooms, and an instance where the council bought and demolished a building in the town centre using dubious legal means because they had to spend the money by the end of the financial year. One of the biggest stories Rhiannon has done, which went all over the national press, was about a 19-year-long fight by residents to get a much-loved local beauty spot designated a public right-of-way. Rhiannon attended the planning inquiry. She was the only reporter to do so, and the story immediately went everywhere and was picked up by, obviously, the BBC, other local media, but also the Telegraph and other national titles. Rhiannon has also made a difference to a local family who lost one of their members in a car crash. Nurse Laurie Jones was driving home from work when she crashed, leaving a road and going into a river. Her family successfully campaigned for improved safety measures on the road, and Laurie's grandfather told Rhiannon that if it wasn't for her coverage, then he doubted the council would have done anything. And for me, that's one of the biggest reasons I'm a journalist, is to make a difference, no matter how small. So, Rhiannon has recently sat her journalism exam, her senior journalism exam, and we are hopeful that she will pass. It may sound a little corny, but years ago, before I had staff, when I was sitting on my kitchen table, I used to dream of being able to employ a trainee journalist and putting them through their senior exam. With the LDRS funding from the BBC, I've been able to do that. In addition to the money, which is handy, myself and others have also been able to access data journalism training through the shared data unit. This has been great for me to refresh my skills and also other members of staff who have only just begun to explore data journalism. Our involvement with the Local Democracy Reporting Service has really boosted our confidence as an independent news organisation. As a result of this, we felt able to put ourselves forward for another scheme with the National Council for the Training of Journalists, where we have accessed funding from Facebook's parent company, Meta, to employ another trainee reporter for 2 years, further boosting our editorial capacity. Earlier, I mentioned the necessity of having all the different corporate policies in place. That has certainly helped us secure this pot of funding. But that's not all. Caerphilly Observer and the Independent Community News Network have secured funding from the Welsh Government for a 1-year pilot project modelled on the LDRS, where we will employ a reporter to cover the proceedings of the Welsh Parliament. And that content will then be shared with other media. Working with the BBC has allowed us to grow and develop as an organisation, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to work together for many years to come. So thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Galderarik edo, badu bakarren batek?
Questions?
Eskerrik asko. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Eta orain berriz itsasoan barrenako bidai honetan Norvegiara goaz, baina ez zentzu literalean, kezkatuta gaude. Hemen terminaleko sarreran poltsa bat eman dizuete.
We're going now to Norway. We're a little bit concerned because everybody has been given a bag here to experience this meeting as if it were a cruise. I don't know if you looked at what's in the bag. There are some brochures. And people are worried among the organisers because they say that people have picked up few bags, but you'll have a double coffee if you do pick up a bag. But here we have again these little fish that we need to write our opinion on how we need to work in the future. But we also want to learn about the Norwegian case. We have a local news outlet, an association of local media in Norway, and we have the Secretary General with us, Thomas Bruvik. This association brings together over 110 local media, and what they tell us from the association is that local democracy and life are possible thanks to these local media, because they facilitate the work of the municipalities, the shops, the local businesses. They provide a useful and reliable communication channel. Well, this sounds familiar because that's a valid concept for us too. So Thomas Bruvik is going to explain the keys and the results of this collaboration, their collaboration strategy too, and he's also going to share some data. Go ahead, please, Thomas.
Hola, thank you for letting me come here. I've used Google a lot these few hours because I have to take it on English, and it's not so easy, but I'll try. First, local news is the oxygen of democracy, the most trusted source for the most essential information. And we've long known why dying newsrooms damage communities. And we see it all around the world. What happens if the local news disappear? And that's why organizations as we are, is important, because if we are going to have a really democracy, it starts with a local democracy, and it starts with a good local newspaper to watch the local democracy. And this is the most beautiful map of the world, It's the Norwegian map of all the members of LLA. So that's absolute all over Norway. This is my employees, my friends, my colleagues. We are 5 persons, and we have different projects, and then we are 7, 8, it's various. And what do we do? The most important thing we do is the press policy. To work with the government to tell them how important the local media are. And luckily, we have been listened to the last years, and the support to the local media have been increasing the last years. So the smallest members of us, they have subscriptions like 700. They today get around 80,000 euros to get out. So, and that increase up to 60,000 subscriptions. So today we are quite happy with a government who supports local media. But we do a lot of other things like marketing work. We have a lot of courses, we have conferences like this. Innovation, we help the newspapers with technical issues and different projects. And we have a web page sharing ideas. So when one newspaper do a good thing, we share telling what they do. If it's podcast, living pictures, it can be good stories, any other newspaper can be used of. So we have a web page sharing ideas. And what are we going to do? We have been visiting Peter, Jason, BBC. We want to do more collaborative journalism. We think that's the future. Data journalism is going to be there. AI is coming. We don't know what that will mean for us. We are concerned and happy at the same time because it's running very fast. And we are going to show how important our newspapers are all around the world. Not all around the world, in Norway. We are making a book. We are going to have the best national meetings and do more to have good framework conditions for the local media. But this is what I'm going to tell mostly about. It's the immigration, and it's not easy to translate it, for it's not only immigration. But it was a cooperation between LLA, Center of Investigative Journalism, and NRK, the national broadcast in Norway. And it didn't start with that we had a case. It started with editors from the local newspapers, editors from NRK, sitting together discussing what can we do together? What can we do? What cases can we make? We had 50 ideas, and we landed on one idea that we said, this is the idea we are going to cooperate with the next year. We got a little, or not a little, it's a large problem because the corona came just when we started the project. So we had some stops, but after a while we get to start again. And the newspapers that we support has from 1 to 15 journalists in each paper. And they were very skeptic to work with NRK. They are large, they've always a bit high noses, and to us local media. So it was So we made some ethical guidelines, and it went extremely much better than we had thought. We had a common research period, 5 from NRK, their muscles, and 1 from LLA was making research. And after they done that, we had the result presented for NRK and for our papers. And we had a common production period. We got 3 weeks that the newspapers could work with the research, and we had a deadline day where we could deliver and start producing. And NRK had 1 week after their deadline. We had it first, NRK afterwards. And this is their research database. You can see down there, it's a lot of different points with maps you could find from the research. Like here is one municipality in Norway that we could see where do people from our municipality move to, and where are they moving, and where are they coming, the people moving in to the municipality. And quite a shock for all municipalities in Norway. The most people coming to our municipality is abroad, from different nations all over the world. So that was surprising for us. Surprising, and got a lot of things to write about when we found that. And it was stories about nurses, doctors. We have too few of that. What can we do? What's the problem? How can we manage to do anything about it? What can we do? We could see where every person in Fyresdal, where do they go to school to study, numbers of that. So we had a lot of interesting numbers, and the point was to get stories after it. And we did. And at the end there, we had the same group, editors from LLA and NRK, had over 200 ideas telling the journalists, you can write this and this and this of the research. We had SUJO, the Center of Investigative Journalism. They had meetings on Teams with us every morning in 3 weeks. They were telling, discussing, giving advices to the journalists, what can you do, what's possible to do. So it was a great cooperative with them, and we are going to absolutely do more with them. And we have a close cooperation with them today as well. And what is the stories? One of the most popular stories was this. The newspapers found old school photos from 2000, 1980, whatever, printed them and found out, where are they? What happened with them? Where did they move? Why did someone be in the municipality? Why did they move? And we got new sources, new friends, people giving us tips. So this, and in Norway, everyone have to pay for the news. So we haven't. Every case of this was the most sold for news subscriptions. It's stories about people. What happened to people, and that's all about. It's the people in our municipality. So this was really great reading, and still there are newspapers doing stories about this. They do it every week. Find new classes. You can go long back and you can go today. This is the nurses. What happens? They found out one municipality, only 12 of 103 our nurses are under 30 years. What's going to happen when with older people when we don't have nurses? This is the most popular host on NRK, and the most popular debate program. The NRK had been looking for someone who could tell, a leader of a municipality could tell that we can't take care of our old people in the homeland. People have to move to central districts to get taken care of. And through this cooperation, one newspaper had that story, and he took her to his show together with the central leaders of the government in Norway. And a coincidence, this paper I was editor before I got my job here. And one of the most important things that come out of the project was that we saw, as I mentioned before, is people moving to Norway from different countries who save the municipalities. Almost every municipality in Norway has over 10% of people coming from abroad. And we need more. And in our societies as well, we don't need people from out there, do we? We're skeptical, but it shows, and we need more. We need extremely much more people in Norway to survive and to take care of us when we get old and further on. So it did something for many people in the villages too, and they say, oh, yeah, thank you. More open-hearted to the new members of our communities. So the papers had a lot of stories about that, because now we get numbers of telling how many it is. One of the best newspapers in Norway, winning a lot of prizes, but in Norway, they found out that 22% of their foreigners are from Poland. So they made a whole newspaper, one in Norwegian, one in Polish. And they had it on the website. And the funny thing about it was that the Polish version was written most on the website. And then they got connection with the Polish people in their community. They never had talked with them before, but it's a large group of their community. Here another newspaper found out in 20 years, over a fourth of the people will be over 70 years. What shall we do with it? What can we do? What will happen with our community? And much more young people in the newspapers. Really important. That's what we think about every day today. How to reach the young people. And now it's 20, 40, 30, 40. It's them we have to need. So we get a lot of news sources telling why are you moving, what are you studying, and everywhere we got closer to the young readers. And okay, can they get use of the same research as us? Yes, absolutely. They had a debate show. They had 4 of the top main, I'm looking for the word, I can't find it, I think I won't find it, but at best evenings time, at Saturday and Sunday, it was stories from the same research, but with national and regional sides of it. And what happens then? Totally, for us, it was 68 newspapers, over 700 cases from the research. And we saw it was maybe too large research. It was so much information. So, but we learned, joint across the country, we got more family. We got more together from all doing the same thing, the same kind of stories. So we get more support to each other. Even and when we had meetings and teams, you can sit in the north and the south, and we did the same things because we have the same challenges all over the country and in cross of ownership of the papers. And that's we learned. We shared a lot through Facebook. The newspapers got involved. So all in all, it was a real success, both for NRK and to us. And then the big question is, what are we doing now? NRK is a large tanker. We are a small rowboat without an engine. So we can turn fast. They use years to say yes or no to something. It goes quite slowly. So it's going too slowly for us. And probably we are going to cooperate with NRK later. But our board says we have to start our own collaborating unit, like the BBC unit, but we have to do it, and then we can eventually cooperate with larger NRK or TV2, VG, the largest. We'll see. So we have started fundraising, trying to get money to support, to make a data unit. We think we are going to make it. It seems good. Because, and the members, our paper says, who was skeptic in the start, says now, come on, we want more. And because as a small, tiny newspaper, you can't manage to do it alone. But if you are a group, you can manage it. No of our members can hire a data journalist. It's not possible. But together, we can make it. So, any questions? Yeah.
Orain ekarriko dizute mikrofonoa.
Tomas, esan duzu ari zaretela...
Hello, yes. Hello.
You said you are trying to, or starting to get funding for your data unit.
Yeah.
Where are you searching for that funding? Where's the money coming from?
We don't know, but we know something. We have checked what kind of. We have around 50 places we are going to go. You have different foundations all over Norway. So you have somewhere, and we have started getting meetings with them. We have had 4 meetings, and everyone had said, yes, we need this. Yes, and we are playing with it's local democracy. Local democracy, it's so important today with fake news, conspiracy theories. So in the start, in a few weeks we are going to have the next meeting with them. So we have started to write, and we are extremely optimistic about it. And we are going to the government for meeting the culture minister next month to do the same. We have already had meetings of other politicians in the government in Norway. So we are trying to get some funds from the government and some funds from private trusts. And maybe we are also going to the larger media groups to say, okay, if you support us with so much, we can, sometimes we have national cases, then you can get the national numbers and we can cooperate. And for the larger media, they say, oh, that's interesting. They don't have contact with everyone, but then they can get exclusive rights to find the local stories about any important topic. Yeah. Thank you.
Orain ingelesez horrekin denak larritu gara, ez? Dera den lasaitze itzultzaileek eskuzabal jokatu dute eta esan digute bakarren batek egiten badu itzuliko dutela, hori dadia arazoa izan. Bai, animatuko da besteren bat.
There's no problem from translating from Basque into English or Basque into Spanish, so if you want you can use any of those interpreting services because it's all available to you today. Okay? Okay, well, before somebody said that the paper issue is a little bit old-fashioned, well, because we now are using our telephones to take notes with, and some people are even sending all of this information via Twitter. So please remember that the hashtag is Etorkizuna in the Basque language, so people are following us via streaming too, and shortly our colleagues from the Enjake program are going to open a special program from here on site, and they're going to be talking about the work that we people are doing. So it's all well and good, forward, and I think that everybody's working wonderfully well. And we have a system to explain what is going on, and well, it's a timing system, and as regards TOKIKOM, we are doing things equally well, because we're here to explain what it is we're doing, and we're going to find some clues so that we can carry on working with regard to future actions. But in any case, I think that is also a very clear sign that says that we are on the right path. And the fact that we have also been assisted by the BBC, and with what they learn, thanks to them, we believe that we could do something very similar here. So what they did was go to the first floor in the Basque television station, and what they've done is implement a first initiative in connection with what the BBC explained before. So what we have to do now is work on it and develop it so that it can bear its fruits. And I'm talking about the Saretzen initiative, that more or less means knitting, if you want, and where we have TOKIKOM and EITB, the Basque TV station, to work on data journalism. Some of them from the national point of view, which would be EITB, and then we have the local media outlets by adapting data journalism to the local reality of each one, and by delivering your own point of view and own interpretation. But one of the first outcomes of this project, of the Saretza project, has to do with demography. And I'm not sure if I can talk about this, but I think that by the end of this month there's going to be another story ready. But in any case, this is going to be explained by our two guests. And they're going to be, well, it's going to be Ollane Mateos, who's the person responsible for current affairs at EITB, and Iker Conte de Hiruka. So thank you very much to both of you people. Well, good morning. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the TOKIKOM family for these 10 years of splendid work, and also for having counted on us, EITB, this year, as Urko has just explained. What we're doing, we're implementing a very important project that's called Saretzen, and it's a project in which TOKIKOM and EITB are involved, and I think that this has brought us together. We also have, well, Iker's participation and my own, and this is why I'm here today to describe what this network is all about. And Iker is going to be talking about the local media perspective, and I'm going to be talking about the national perspective that is delivered by EITB. So Iker, whenever you want, you have the floor. Well, thank you very much, Ollane. Morning, everybody. The TOKIKOM partners as local media outlets, we deliver local journalism, what we call 0 kilometer. In other words, it's a journalism that is close to what is happening on our streets. All you need is a notepad, a biro, and a camera in your hand so that you can put across this information, but we also have to look for stories. As a member of the community, we know what local reality is like, so what we are trying to do is achieve a greater level of cohesion between our towns and villages. But in local journalism, people use traditional methods, but without forgetting about new forms of narrative and innovative actions, although the local medium and national media is sometimes it's overwhelming what you have to do, and we are used to addressing specific issues, and perhaps what we can't do is go into great depth when we are dealing with a story. But in our case, at Hiruka, it's 3 journalists with an expert in audiovisuals, and we cover 10 municipalities with a total of 174,000 inhabitants. And anything can reach the news, even if it's a minor incident, of course. And we have very few resources, and it's sometimes very difficult to address all of these things that can be presented in the form of news. But in any case, we are doing, or at least we are giving it a go. And as occurs with the other 27 media outlets, we form what is called TOKIKOM. So here we are. Here we have all the participants in this network. And we'll split into different work groups. And although we are overwhelmed by all the work we have to do on a daily basis, we try to offer our readers and consumers, we try to offer them a highly attractive, top quality product. And in order to do so, the networking is the key element at all levels, because, as I say, we do networking, and in Sarritzen we've joined up with EITB to address data journalism at a national level, For the truth is that this is not a new kind of journalism, although it is new at our scale. For instance, in 2020, in that very long 2020, we had the opportunity of establishing contact with the daily data of the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is how we experimented with the world of data journalism, using Excels and charts and graphics and stuff, and transforming the general data provided by the health department into local data. And this is how we discovered stories that perhaps if otherwise we would never have found should we have used traditional methods. And this is something that allowed us to be very successful. The results were magnificent in terms of our audience levels. Here we have some examples of what I'm talking about. And as I say, these results have been very good from the point of view of audiences. They've multiplied significantly. And in spite of the difficulties, we still want to continue walking along this path. And it's not easy to do data journalism in the Basque Country or in the rest of Spain either. And well, after listening to my friends from the BBC, I felt very envious, positively envious that is, because they have a long-standing tradition of transparency. They've obtained data too. And although here, in principle, although we are supposed to have transparency here too, it's not that easy to obtain data. And even so, we do our best to achieve this, and we have managed to achieve certain goals. We've managed to compile data and develop and interpret them, and over and above these difficulties, and thanks to this network that we have been setting up, that we have been knitting, so to speak, many of the difficulties we came across along the way have been overcome little by little, and by sharing knowledge and also by sharing skills. And the first outcome is something that we saw towards the end of November of 2022. Data from the National Institute of Statistics and from Eustat, which is the Basque government's statistics office, where we analyzed the demographic evolution of the Basque country. And among other things, what we saw is that in the last 2 decades, our autochthonous population, or rather, our population has grown thanks to the presence of immigrants. And it's something that we addressed in the second stage of the study too. So what we wanted to present here, we wanted to refer to the difficulties we've had in this initial experience, and in order to do so, we've held sessions, training sessions, to teach people how they can share materials. But why? Well, in order to work with information no matter where you are, from the local to national perspective, and also to establish the issues to be addressed in the Basque media agenda, and therefore try to work together, that is via networking, as I said previously. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, okay, I think that I would like to address 4 concepts of what has just been mentioned by Iker to explain what Sarritzen's all about, because he's spoken about data journalism, he's also spoken about collaboration and stories and agendas too. Sarritzen is a data journalism, and it's also a collaboration. It's many, many stories. And it's something that is closely connected to the Basque agenda. But there's a fifth concept, which is opportunity. And it's, well, what we do is choose a subject and develop it, transform it into data, and by performing pure journalism, by transforming this into data, into charts. And this is how we've had the possibility of working by listening to what people have to say. In other words, taking into account the point of view of the local media. And this has also allowed us to enrich our own work as journalists. And as Iker said, our daily work requires that we work far too quickly. Sometimes we are much too quick at doing things, and what was a news item initially eventually is not that. It becomes something completely different. But in any case, we've been able to look into several aspects related to a subject. I'm going to give you an example so you can understand this as clearly as possible. As I said before, the first task addressed the issue of demography, and we were interested in getting a headline for that. And it could be, I don't know, a generic trend, the generic trends of demography, by developing a national approach to see what was going on in each one of our provinces or in the capital cities of the three provinces. And when we got in touch with the media, it's important to see how demography has evolved in each location, in each specific location. And this work allowed us to see that the Greater Bilbao is the only place where there has not been a demographic increase. And there's another important thing, and that is that in Navarre, for instance, there are 4 small municipalities where they have less than 20 inhabitants and where there had been no demographic changes. So these two news stories are at the same level, both in the case of EITB and in the local media. Well, to conclude, I would just like to say that we are about to release our second edition, and it's going to address the migration movements and the economic impact. We also have in mind a third edition that's going to be developed before the summer. That's at least what we hope. And the truth is that we are really looking forward to carry on networking. Thank you very much. Okay, any questions? Any questions? And you don't have the excuse of not speaking English, anybody. So thank you very much. Thank you to both of you. Okay, and now the time has come for us to take a brief break. All right. So we have 2 hashtags available, TOKIKOM X and another one in Basque. So now that we've done our homework, you can go and have coffee downstairs. But now all you have to do is go downstairs and for the coffee break. But please remember that we're going to continue later on, because we also want to talk about leisure, we want to talk about digitization and other issues. Okay, so I'll see you in a few minutes then, in according to the program 20, if I'm not wrong, at 11:10. Thank you.
Zelai berdean, itxaso bazterrean, gailurrak ditut maite, ta kresa luzaina.
Ahora tengo el micro abierto en relé.
Bueno, ongi etorri berriz ere, orain ja kafea hartuta, indartuta.
Okay, welcome everybody, and now that you've had your coffee, which makes everybody feel very comfortable, and it's possibly your first or second coffee of the day. There are people that drink only one coffee, and in the Basque language there's an app called Ehuntzen, which means once a day, that is being a big success amongst the Basque-speaking people, and which has managed to grow outside the Basque country. It's now in Catalan. It's called Untitled. And we're going to do a demo here. So and in the future you'll be able to improve thanks to this demo. And I suppose that the figures in Basque are very difficult, and I suppose in Catalan a similar story applies, a similar thing applies. Anyway, we've now finished with the homework we've given you, but in any case, if you want to download the app, we could also play around with it for a while. Because now we're going to be talking about the issue. We're going to be talking about leisure, because before we spoke about democracy, we also mentioned democracy, or information, sorry. And what we cannot forget is that most of our youngsters nowadays, and well, I can see that lots of you people are not that young anymore, and you're losing your hair like me, but what do young people do most of the time? Well, they spend their time looking at screens. And there's some things that are very clear in our minds, and that is, for instance, that the Basque language, as far as screens are concerned, is pretty strangulated by French, English and Spanish, and this is a concern for the Basque-speaking population and for the local media in the Basque language. Okay, so yes, we also have to address the issue of screens. But we also need to know specific data. We shouldn't only have beliefs or opinions, but we need to have specific data on how young people spend their leisure time. And we're going to have a number of experts with us today that we've invited to come along, and we're very lucky because the University of the Basque Country, the UPV, has a research group that is called Ikus-Iker, and what they do is analyze the consumer habits of the Basque young people. And now we're going to listen to the conclusions of the work they're doing at the University of the Basque Country, at the UPV. In 2018, as I said before, is when this group was established, within the framework of the program of Aplica Plus, with the support of Tabakalera, and it has now become the Basque Observatory of Culture, thanks to the support provided by EITB. And we have Bea Narvaeza, who's a professor of the University of the Basque Country. She's also a researcher that forms part of this Ikus-Iker group, together with, Edorta Arana, I'm afraid, didn't make it today. So we're going to give the floor now to Bea Narvaeza so that she can explain what this is all about. Morning. Okay, well, Urko has already addressed a number of issues. I was going to say that I'm Edorta Arana. I could be Edorta Arana, although my name is Bea Narvaeza, really. That's my colleague, Edorta.
After introducing myself, I would like to thank TOKIKOM for the invitation and also congratulate them on their 10 years. As I said, I'm a lecturer from the University of the Basque Country, and I form part of the NOR research team. And we work on subjects related to culture, communication, identity and language, in this case the Basque language. In this way we cooperate with various agents in the country and try to analyze the social reality of the Basque Country. with the cooperation of various agents and institutions, because we believe that cooperation is an essential element and will continue to be so in the future, as shown by this observatory for communication media in the Basque Country that we're developing between the University of the Basque Country and various media and the group Ikusiker. And it's a project that is not always easy to understand how things are organized, but this is the idea. This project started in 2018, the Ikusiker project, together with EITB. A very important step for us, because this kind of strategic alliance carried out between the media, but also with the university where research is carried out. And at the university there's a lot of talent. So we felt that this was a very important alliance. We've been collaborating for 2 years. And recently Tabakalera also joined, and the Basque Culture Observatory. Tabakalera also has a research team on culture, and EITB cooperates with content, and at the university we cooperate with talent and research. At Ikusiker we study young people, not just because we want to know what young people do, but also because, as Liebe Mimensa said, in the digital news report, it said that the attitude of young people is the driver for cultural change, and therefore we analyze the consumer and leisure attitudes of young people. And it's true that we do things that we didn't do a few years ago. I can imagine that many of us here are using TikTok nowadays. But anyway, we want to know who young people are. And is the behavior of all young people the same? This was the question we asked ourselves at the beginning. And that's why at Ikusiker we have 3 panels underway. Some of you may know Ikusiker, and we publish everything we do, since we're the University of the Basque Country, and we have to show the results of our research work to the public. So during these years we've evolved. We started with the panel for the University of the Basque Country itself, where we brought together 2 Basque University campuses using a survey with the students. And it was quite difficult in 2018 to define exactly what a communication medium is. But in any case, we got to work, and we found that this formula wasn't very helpful, because of the lot of the data we obtained weren't very valid. They were perhaps to establish a snapshot, but not to follow the trends and the changes. So we started to explore other pathways. We continue to use surveys, but doing it online. And we have a panel of about 2,500 people that we get in touch with once a month. We send them a survey online, and they respond with very interesting data. We also plan to extend this survey to the University of Navarre, the public University of Navarre, and this way we will have a view of the whole Basque Country south, and we also want to extend our work to the French side of the Basque Country, although it's not easy to access the universities in the south of France, to learn what points we have in common and not so much in common on both sides of the border. We found that there was an age group over 18 that is highly representative, and we feel that we have a significant representation of the population, with the hypothesis that in the case of young people of this age and younger people in secondary school, etc., we see that they consume technology platforms differently. For this, we developed a number of criteria where we take into account whether the schools were public or private, and we've also tried to include the presence of the Basque language. We have data from 10 secondary schools that we go to 4 times a year to collect data, and we've included a number of elements that we've picked out from the data we have so far. This includes the immigration factor, or another aspect that has to do with the language, and that is the language they use when they consume these technologies, or what languages they speak, because obviously this affects a lot of things. I didn't bring the data, but at Ikusiket you'll be able to see how young people from Japan or Korea have a significant consumption in audiovisual media in English. But there are other languages that have to be taken into account because people from other countries also watch videos that are in Japanese or Korean. Maybe because they feel that they are exotic languages and they're interested. And also, this year we've also taken the survey to the French side of the Basque Country. In the Spanish Basque Country we have 2,500 students, and then we have public and private schools, colleges and lyceums, and there we reach out to about 1,300 students. These figures are significant, not just because of how representative they are, and it's a very significant representation, but we also find that the analysis of how they consume these media has been done on an individualized basis, as we'll summarize later on. After all, these devices facilitate individual use or consumption. Well, what does a panel do, or why did we use the panel methodology? It's a very interesting methodology to learn about trends and changes in trends. You ask a number of different questions, and in this way you can see what the trend is. During the pandemic, for example, We spoke to the students and we saw that there was a change. We all know that the pandemic was a very important transformation. What about the streaming platforms? Well, we found that for university students, to pay for platform content wasn't very widespread. About 40% had Netflix before the pandemic. And the pandemic has somehow normalized paying for this kind of service. And what we found is that there has been a change in the subscription rate before and after the pandemic. This is a phenomenon that's here to stay. And it's practically the only system young people use to watch fiction. These streaming platforms focus mainly on fiction, not exclusively, but mostly. The young people use these streaming platforms to watch series. And this is one of the findings. And another significant change that will probably be definitive is how many devices young people have available. The pandemic also meant a very significant change. Until then, for young people and adults, they often had mobile devices, but not among the youngest. And this has grown significantly in the tops. So young people now often have two devices, mobile phones and laptops for individual use. Before the pandemic, they perhaps shared laptops, but since then the ratio is one person, one computer. And also one person, one phone. And regarding television and smart TV has also become widespread. And this means that we spend a lot of time connected to the internet, and we can do it throughout the day. And this obviously leads to problems also at schools. Before, schools used to be a little bit apart from this phenomenon, but internet is also becoming a reality at school because they're connected at all times to the internet, and this is a fact. I wanted to give you a number of figures because these figures show a change in trend that we've been able to identify. Among university students, well, I'm going to be talking about social media now, because the social media are the most widely consumed platforms, more than fiction and more than anything else. And when we ask university students what social media do you use, as we can see on the screen, Instagram comes first, also WhatsApp, TikTok, YouTube. In the second survey, we have Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, and YouTube. And in the third survey, again, Instagram, WhatsApp, TikTok, and YouTube. I'm talking about university students. These are figures for this year in a survey we carried out in January. What would we see in last year's figures? That Twitter grew among university students. And now, right now, it's dropping again. And we're here to present some data because we handle a lot of data every day and we have to make comparisons. For example, if we ask what kind of information do you consume? No, here we're just screening the data, considering that there are different variables, that behaviors vary significantly. But what would we say in general? That we use a lot of things. I'm not sure whether we want to use them all, for the reasons I'll explain later on. And I don't know to what extent we also have the possibility of choosing platforms, but we can identify certain trends. When we ask students about Twitter, we see that it's losing protagonism and TikTok is gaining in protagonism. So we can say that young people are the drivers of change. But in this case, the younger people have been the drivers of change, because TikTok users were very young people, and they've encouraged people that are somewhat older to also use TikTok. I'm talking about the Spanish Basque country. In secondary school, we asked the same question, and these are the figures that we obtained. What can we see? That some figures repeat themselves. Instagram comes first, although the presence of TikTok in secondary school is much higher than among university students. But there's something that we should take into account here. The figures are around specific variables, and here we can see that a lot of the data are concentrated in certain platforms, in certain environments. For example, Twitch. We thought that it would continue to develop, but then we found that the forecasts have been greater than what was expected, while we can see that other platforms start to develop and then they drop. But this can also be useful to pinpoint the trend at a given point in time. This is very important for us. Briefly, we're going to Instagram, the Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok data, what the students say about their consumption, how much time they spend using these media, and let's see what volume we're talking about. Let's go to Instagram. What can we see? In the case of university students, almost 100% have an Instagram account and use it. In the case of minors, this percentage is much lower, because their parents try to control them a little bit more. But there are a few users that are minors. And then when we ask them how many times they go into this social medium, Instagram, university students say about 18 times. And every time they go in, they spend some 17 minutes. And if we multiply that, the volume is incredible. In secondary education, they say that they go into Instagram about 23 times, and they say that they spend some 26 minutes on Instagram, approximately. And we can say that the device they use to go into Instagram is the mobile phone. We're talking about the answers they give us when we ask them how many times they go into Instagram. The thing is that they tell us that the app sometimes tell them how long they've been using it. And when they saw how long they'd been on Instagram, how many hours or minutes a day, they were amazed, because they realized that they had no kind of control over their consumption. These are the figures, and this is what they show. Let's move to TikTok. A third of university students use it, and a lot of people that still resist using TikTok. But we can see that more people are joining in this platform. There are some people that never use it, they don't have it. That would be that third of them that say they never use it. But there's also a significant number that use it every day. We could say that almost 70% of the students have an account on TikTok. And what do they say? That they usually spend an hour on this app, and they usually do it through their mobile phone. In the case of YouTube, the device used most is the mobile phone, but other devices are also used, depending on the content they want to watch. But in YouTube, the usage or consumption is about an hour. So we can see that it's a very significant usage. And that's why the device issue is so important, because most of this content is currently being consumed through the mobile phone. The point is that we don't go into the internet to find that content. We access that content directly through certain apps and platforms. And that's very important. Why? Because this will condition the content that's consumed and the websites that will be seen. This is data for YouTube. When we ask where they got advice from to visit certain content on the internet or on YouTube, they say that YouTube, the platform itself, has recommended a certain content. We've shown content in Basque to young people. We've asked them if they liked the content. They said yes. And when we asked if they already knew about this content, they said no, they didn't know it. So it's not just a matter of creating content. It also has to be accessible. That content has to be disseminated, because if people don't know about it, they won't consume it. And bearing in mind that we often say, oh, there's a lot of content on the internet, and sometimes it's difficult to access certain content. And bearing in mind that they access the content through the platforms or the apps, and the platforms themselves recommend a certain kind of content, as Bingen Subidia said, we tend to resort to the same kind of content. And as Bingen said, we often don't know the origin of the content. We don't know where it's been generated, who it's been generated by. We can't identify the content. There may be subjects, genres, elements, but it's very difficult to know where it comes from, what the source is. As we were coming to this forum, and in line with what Urko said, and bearing in mind the data we've just shown, most of the functions in social media and entertainment, the main function is entertainment. But since we're at this forum, I wanted to bring some figures that haven't been processed. They've been taken directly from our own app. These are screenshots. And they are answers to questions on information. I bring them here for two reasons. We have the data for last year for university students and minors, and these data reveal certain issues. And we can see how all these answers can in turn condition consumption. I also took some screenshots yesterday, and we can see that certain changes are taking place. And if I'd brought data from April last year, we would have seen a major change. Here we see that there are 694 answers. 2% has responded. Next week we'll be in Ondarroa and Tafalla and other municipalities to work on the survey, but we think that they are significant data. Where is news looked up? When we asked that question, we tried to offer them an answer or a question asking whether they only obtain it from one single source. And we find that they receive information through several sources. And 21% says that they don't read news, listen to news, or don't look up news. I'm not going into the details because they're young people too. But what do we find in general? They look up news through the social media, and they watch them on TV. We can see that there's a very small exposure. If we'd asked the question differently, we would have obtained different answers. But we just wanted to know, for the time being, what platforms or what medium is the most representative, and the answer would be the social media. This with regard to news. And again, this data hasn't been processed. These are screenshots I took myself last night. When we ask them if they use the social media to be informed, a third of them say they don't. Maybe in that third, and again I say these data have been processed, there may be some people that aren't informed, that 21% of the people that aren't informed, but we don't really know yet. But we find that 2/3 of the people that answered use the social media also to be informed. And when we ask them which one they use most, clearly, at least in this age group, Instagram and TikTok. Again, Instagram and TikTok. These are the platforms that are most widely used. When we say that we're informed by the social media, what type of content do they consume? We also ask that question. And here they talk about the content on the social media. They also mention YouTubers and so on. And this takes us to another conclusion. Libe Mimenza, in one of her articles, says that among young people, there's all kinds of news, and they make a clear distinction. Some news is related to politics and current affairs, and news related to culture, science, sports, a different kind of agenda. And there's a clear distinction between what's news and what's the news for young people. And when we ask these questions, they offer an answer that this distinction does exist between news stories. When they are asked about the formats they prefer to consume this content, they say that they prefer to look up news through short videos or things they can read about on the social media. This is the format they prefer. And this format conditions everything, even the issues covered. So we have a lot of data and more data. We call this application Aplica Plus because we wanted to have an app that would extract data on this consumption, data taken directly to provide real data. We're in a development phase. We're using artificial intelligence, and more artificial intelligence is coming. So probably between that and Karma, our app and research will develop further. We can see that there are a lot of prospects and a lot of data. And at Ikusiket, we have a lot of data, but we have a lot of different sources. And we have to bring together all the sources, all the information, to be able to show a specific reality. As I said, at ikusico.eus, we have all the information. And I've run over my time. I'm very sorry. Thank you very much. Questions? Well, if there are no questions, thank you very much. Thanks very much to Bea. And before we were joking around during the coffee break, and now they've stolen my joke. We were talking about leisure, and now we're going to hear about the Primera platform, which means that we'll be the first to learn about the Primera platform. But The presenter has had to leave. He's had a problem. He's had to leave, so we're not going to be able to present this platform. So we'd like to know more about this platform because it will offer content in Basque. And this is a platform that's called Primeran, and it's going to have to guarantee content in the Basque language.
So let's only hope that we're able to get to know this platform in the near future. Let's move on to the next section. So it's journalism digitization, because we have to talk about the future, of course, but in order to do so, it also has to be said that it's cheap to lie, and what we could say is that digitization is not going to affect us, but that forms part of our daily practice. Okay, well, let's continue with this chapter, and I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we've been talking about the fact that there's a big fish surrounded by smaller fish. We've also spoken about the importance of languages, but what do we have to talk about? Digitization too, because this is equally important in this field. We've spoken about consumer patterns for youth. What is it they consume and how? And we people that no longer are holders of the youth card, what it is we are consuming for our entertainment or to obtain information. Well, our next speaker is going to be talking about that. And that is that the University of Oxford has an institute called Reuters. And what they do is analyze from a global perspective. They analyze this kind of consumption, in other words, a global consumption, in the case of people over 18, to discover what it is we consume, what are the trends, what kinds of news do we consult, etc., etc. And in Spain, there's a research group at the University of Navarre that is carrying out this research work. And we have Abelino Amoedo here with us today, who's a professor from the University of Navarre. And he is the person responsible for this research work that is called Digital News Report. So thanks, Abelino. Because although this is not the best point in time, he managed to make it here. So thank you very much for coming here, Abelino, and you now have the floor. Go ahead. Well, okay, well, thank you very much, and congratulations. We are all here, which is the important thing, which is what really matters. But I'm here to talk about the digital news report, and I have some data on Spain. I understand Basque. But I prefer not to speak Basque. So it is true that I feel very comfortable when I speak Basque, but at this point in time, it's easier for me to express myself in Spanish. So this is why I'm going to switch over to Spanish. So regarding the data we're using in Spain, this is the research team that forms part of this project, that has formed part for nearly 10 years, and you have absolutely all the information, you have everything on the website. All the data have been made public, and this has been so since 2014, which is when we started off with this work. Right now we have the data for 2023, and it's a survey covering nearly 2,000 internauts in Spain. In each market it is about 2,000 interviews, and we're now developing the data, but in any case we'll be presenting them towards mid-June of 2023. But now these are the trends that we have observed in this report in this period of time. And as I said, this is an online survey, and it's carried out by UOF, and possibly many of you know it, and it's with 2,000 adult internauts in Spain. Field work is normally done between January and February of each year. Right, but it's 5 researchers, and once I was the main researcher, and thanks Orgo for doing this work, but in any case we take turns every year. And the truth is that the connection with Oxford is very significant, because they are the people that are leading the project throughout the world, and it's nearly 40 countries. I think that it's 46 markets that we're studying, and we research the Spanish market. Okay, I'm going to deliver this presentation. It's divided into 5 sections. I'm sorry, but the timing isn't here. I can't see the clock. We're going to be talking about trust and misinformation and the interest in the case of news, the use of sources and the consumption of brands and payment for pay-per news. We'll also be looking into formats like podcast, videos and devices, the devices used by Spaniards to read the news. And finally, we'll be looking into what is it the Internet say as regards local contents and what is their level of interest. We are in a dual market. In recent years, we've seen that people are less interested in news and people don't trust the media that much anymore. And this is a concern. I suppose that it's a big concern for all the media, both at a local and a national level and even on an international scale. Because on the one hand, we come across an audience in this dual market that is much more digital, that is using the social media, that is also using their cell phones to obtain information. They're much more critical and skeptical, and they also avoid the news, and this is a growing trend. And on the other hand, we also find a group that is interested in news, that is open to the subscription model, that is concerned about misinformation, and these are people that consume news in videos, in video and podcast formats. But even so, the informative diet of Spaniards is still multiple. 6 out of every 10 consult 5 or more media outlets. However, this ratio, this proportion was 77% in the year 2018, 8 out of every 10. Well, let's move on to the first part, where we are recording the habits and the attitudes of the internauts when they obtain online information. This chart shows the trends we've observed in the last few years, and it poses a major concern because there's been a drop in the use of media, and people are less interested in the quality of news. And people that are very interested in information, well, the percentage has dropped from 85, sorry, I have no pointer, but in any case that's on the first column. It's dropped down to 55%, which is 30 percentage points. And the people that are no longer interested in news has gone from 1 to 11%. And, well, even in spite of these figures, we do have something here that makes us feel somewhat optimistic, and that is that proximity or local information still is very welcomed by the Internet. 6 out of every 10 say that they are interested in local news and regional news too. But apart from the loss of interest and the fact that people are using less media outlets to obtain information, we can see that there's an increase in the number of people that deliberately avoid the news. And it's practically 7 out of every 10 internauts. It's 7 out of every 10 people questioned that say that they avoid the news. And the 3 main reasons that these people point out is that they're fed up. They're fed up because there's too much coverage of things like politics or the coronavirus, which is 44%, and the negative influence that news exerts on one's mood, approximately 30%, or mistrust, that is, that you don't trust the information that is given you. Here we have a chart on the way people trust the news. 4 out of every 10 say that they don't trust the news, generally speaking. And since 2015, this lack of trust has become even more serious. In 22, the percentage of those people that do not trust the news is 39%. That is 4 out of every 10. So it's over and above those people that say that they do trust the news, which is 32%. Since 18, the percentage of people that don't trust the news has grown 9 percentage points, from 30% in 18 to 39% in the year 2022. Whereas the number of people that say that they do trust the news, that percentage has dropped by 12 points, 44 in 2018 to 32 in 2022. And in the 46 countries that are in this global study of 2022, 42% of them say that they do trust the news, vis-à-vis 27% that say the opposite. So Spain, therefore, is 10 points below this total average of the 46 countries. So one of the reasons that could explain this loss of trust in the news has to do with a widespread perception amongst those surveyed that the media are not independent as regards political or business influences. So 6 out of every 10 consider that the media are not independent regarding pressures exerted by politicians or by business groups. In 2022, only 13% of the Spanish users trusted in the independence of the media, and it was 19% in 2017, and 50% of the people believe that the media are independent relative to the influence exerted by companies or by businesses. And then we have fake news on the internet. This is a very significant perception, although this has been reduced relative to previous years. And citizens are somewhat concerned about what is true and what is false in the digital contents. And in the global survey, 54% are worried about lies or hoaxes. And then in the countries of the European Union, the total percentage is 48%. And in Portugal and Spain are the countries of the global survey where there's a larger percentage of people concerned about the difference between what is true and what is fake or false. In this review, we're going to move on now to another chapter, and we're going to be talking about how internauts are using the sources and how they consume the different informative brands we've been asking them about in the report, and the data we have in relation to paying for the news. And firstly, let's talk about the kinds of media outlets that Spanish internauts use to obtain information. This chart looks very small, I'm afraid, sorry. But in any case, you have all the charts are going to be made available or are available on the website, on the internet. But there's something here that is a concern, and that is the drop in the consumption of conventional television. That's dropped 20 points since 2016 until 2022. In 16, 8 out of every 10 obtained their information via television. And in the penultimate survey, it's now 6 out of every 10 people that do so. And as regards the rest of the media, or overall, more people are obtaining their information through online media, including the social media, compared to the traditional offline media like radio, press and TV. And then there's something else that is also very appealing, and that is that the consumption of newspapers has dropped 30 percentage points. Television has lost 20 percentage points, and so have newspaper webs and apps, and the consumption of social media remains stable, and it's practically 6 out of every 10 people that obtain their information through the social media. We also asked people about brands. It would be absolutely impossible to do this. Well, we asked about 40 brands in the Spanish market, and what we saw is that the traditional brands still resist in the digital market, although the native digital media have become an alternative for many of the people surveyed. And in our survey, we asked the audience about those 40 brands. And in this selection, we found local options that were generic in the first half of the chart. And you have the category of a public TV station, regional TV station online, and it's about 12% of the people have used it in the last week. And those 10 first brands we can find where there's another local or regional newspaper, and halfway through the chart amongst those first 20 private or generic brands, we can find a private TV station and an online station with 7% of those surveyed. As regards paying for digital news, there's a main issue here. How many people are paying for digital news? And in the survey of this year, it was seen that Spain, well, it's the same as the people we had last year, and that is about 12% of those surveyed. And, well, you have all the data. All the data are available, everything is open, and all the charts can be found on the website if anybody happens to be interested in any of the slides. So you have all the info there, and we also have a presentation that I've prepared for this lecture. So what are the modalities of payment for digital news? Well, there has been a significant increase in the number of subscriptions, as you can see in the chart. And the standard subscriptions tell us that in the last 2 years, they've grown by 11 points, and it's now 42%. and that joint subscriptions for printed newspapers and digital newspapers, the percentage is 31%. Let's move on to the third part of this presentation. And what we can say is that internauts are using the algorithmic pathway to consume news on platform and on the social media compared to direct access to journalistic brands. And here we can see the use of social media and the pathways of access to digital news. And what we can see is that basically access through the social media has grown a lot through aggregators and through search engines. 6 out of every 10 use algorithms of platforms and media, and about 50% of the people are directly using the brand of the media via web, app, or by performing direct search. And this advantage of algorithms relative to the brand of the media was observed in our study carried out in 2020. As regards the social media and the messenger services on the way internauts use information, well, we can see that practically half of those people asked in Spain consume news on Facebook or Twitter. So we're talking about a net figure of 49%, whereas 1/3 of the Spanish internauts, that is 36% of them, resort to instantaneous message applications, WhatsApp, Facebook, Messenger, and Telegram to access current affairs information. Here we can see the weekly usage of social media and message services. We can see that Facebook with 64% and WhatsApp with 32% are the social media that are most widely used in Spain to find, read and share or comment upon news during the week. And the informative use of Facebook stands below the average figure of the total countries, which is 44%. However, the average percentage of people using news on WhatsApp relative to the total number of countries in the study is 22%, or 32%, and the use of Twitter and Instagram with 19 and 27% respectively, this figure has remained stable in the last 3 years. We can also see that the Spanish internauts are the most participative of the 46 markers that have been analysed in the global study. Nearly 7 out of every 10 people questioned share or comment or score digital news on a weekly basis. Let's move on to the formats now, like podcast, video, and the use of devices. Spain is also one of the countries that presents the highest index or the highest number of podcast users, and the percentage has been pretty stable in the last 4 years. We asked this question in the report, and we're talking about 4 out of every 10 internauts. The total in the average of the it's 22 markets where we asked the question in this last year, and the average is 36%. And we can also see that YouTube with 30% and Spotify and iVoox are the most widely used platforms as regards listening to podcasts, but the use of webs and apps has now reached 12%. In other words, there's been a growth of 2 points in the last year. But if we focus on the subjects, there are other subjects in addition to news, and internauts in Spain prefer podcasts on specialized subjects and on lifestyle, instead of referring to current affairs, social affairs, and even sports. But when we ask people whether they prefer text or video to obtain information on the internet, video is still production that is highly appreciated by internauts. It's nearly 3 out of every 10 adults connected who consume at least the same number of news items on video and text. But in any case, 64%, that is 6 out of every 10, read news, read text. Right now, this is the chart of the last few years that has to do with how the devices are used to obtain news. And here there's a very clear-cut issue. That is that the mobile device, in other words, smartphones in the year 15 and 17 surpassed computers as a device to obtain information. And it's 75% of those that use the smartphone vis-à-vis 26% of the people that are using the computer to obtain information. And we've seen there's also been growth in the number of smart TVs or connected TVs to obtain information with. The informative use of smart TVs now stands at 25%. Well, there's another subject that draws our attention too, which I find very interesting, and that is the consume of local and regional news. And this is something that we've recorded in 2 years, in 2020 and 21. But in any case, here we have the data. You have the data available on the web, but this is the data we've registered with regard to the consumption of local information. And the report from 2020 showed that there was a very positive assessment of proximity information in Spain, because 6 out of every 10 of the internauts said that they were very interested or highly interested in local and regional news. And this was much higher than the average figure compared to the 40-something countries analyzed. The average was 46%, and only 1 out of every 10 or 5. And in any case, 7 out of every 10 internauts in Spain consult local journalistic sources, TV, radio, newspapers, websites. And in 21, this is from 20, but in the report from 2021, what we asked people is what kind of current affairs did they consult in the previous week, in a total of 15 subject matters. I'm not sure if this coincides with what I had prepared for the presentation, but I've got 1 minute left. But there's something that's very relevant here, and that is that we have a much better information on the traditional media, and internauts say that there's much better information in the alternative channels. And during the pandemic, the traditional media, the local traditional media, gave us local information, but they also informed on local economy and politics. So therefore, the media are very valuable, and the internauts believe that the local traditional media, like radio and TV and newspapers and the digital media, offer better political information or current affairs or sports or whatever. However, there are other non-traditional sources that could also offer much better information with regard to certain subjects and certain local services like jobs, weather, traffic, leisure, and, well, people that refer to these non-traditional sources are users of up to 44 years of age. Well, this is all I had to say about this presentation on the digital news report, and we're preparing the edition of 2023. I think that it's going to be on June the 14th when we will be releasing it, but we'll be delighted to attend to your queries, and you have everything on the website, and thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please go ahead and ask me now. Thank you. Okay, I'll try to answer in Basque and in English too, so there's no excuse now for you people not to ask anything. Okay, well, thank you very much, Avelino. Great. And thank you all. Thank you very much for all the data you've offered us, because they are very valid to think about this carefully. Yesterday, and well, considering what we saw in the news, I thought, well, thank goodness that I stopped presenting the weather, because there are some TV channels where they are presenting the weather information. The weather information is presented by virtual people, so I could have ended up jobless. But in any case, what some time ago we believe was utopian is becoming a very usual thing. All you have to do is see what's going on with artificial intelligence, for instance, or how there are video clips. There are people that are using AI to shoot video clips. So this doesn't have to do with the future. It's happening now, and happening very quickly. So we either catch the train, or that train is going to run us over. So this is why we have here with us, we have somebody that really knows a lot about artificial intelligence. Her name is Carma Peiro, and she's an expert in the internet and ICTs, and she's also an expert in the field of data journalism. She has an extensive amount of journalistic experience. She's also one of the founding members of the Foundation for the Visualization of Transparency, if you can call it that in English. And in any case, when we talk about issues of this kind, we always have a doubt of where ethics can be envisaged. And, well, she's an authority in the field of ethics too. And thanks to her, we're going to see how AI is entering the our companies. So you have the floor, Carmele.
Egunon, atsegina da niretzat gaur zuekin Getxon egotea. Euskaraz hitz egin nahi nuke, baina hitzaldiaren agurra zegoen hizkuntzan egitearekin konformatuko naiz. Eta orain, gazteleraz hitz egingo dut. Un gran amigo que vive aquí, ayer me dio eso. Bueno, es una lástima que no pueda hablar euskera.
Well, it's a shame that I can't speak Basque. I would like to congratulate TOKIKOM for these 10 years. And the truth is that it's not easy. I've been speaking to these people and they've done some wonderful work. Well, anyway, I'm from the BIT Foundation. You've already introduced us and I'd like to give you some info. Well, this foundation was set up in 2022. We were bored during the pandemic, so what could we do? Well, we set up a non-for-profit foundation, and there's a team of journalists, especially international journalists, with people from The Guardian, the New York Times, and the National Geographic. In other words, also media outlets from here, local firms and national firms, and we all got together. And what we do is communicate data. What we do is, this is a team that for many years has been working in the field of data journalism. You've shown that you have lots of experience with local data, and I'm one of the promoters of data journalism and have been so for the last 10 years. And what we're doing right now is work with the public authorities, especially because we are offering lots of data, but this has to reach our citizens, and we believe that that is our role. One of the things that we did was to click on the Excel file, and you could download the information on a daily basis to see how the vaccination was going according to the regions. We thought that that was not the proper way to communicate things to our citizens. What we did was make this chart with a clock where you could see the whether they were vaccinating at the right speed in each region. And of course, this is in the mobile version, and this is how we presented the open data to our citizens. And as I said, we also work with other international organizations. In this case, this was a project with the United Nations, and what they gave us loads of data to analyze. And what we saw, what we had to do, the challenge was about putting this across to our citizens, data on atmospheric pollution, on what the different countries were doing about atmospheric pollution, etc. And finally, and as we noticed that we have a lack of lots of professional profiles, because we have lots of technical profiles that analyze data very well, that collect things properly, but then they don't know how to communicate things. But this also has to do with journalists. We know how to communicate, but we don't know how to analyze, and we have to work much more. We have to develop the data further, and we have to draw statistical conclusions, and so on and so forth. So what we have is set up a master's degree with the University of Girona, and online, and this is the second edition, we're providing training. And this is one of the projects done by one of the group. This has to do with the Straits Times, a newspaper, daily newspaper of Singapore, and they won a prize. But I'm not here to talk about this. This is just the beginning of what the BIT Foundation is all about, which is what we're doing now, because, well, I've also been told that I have to say something about AI in the local media.
And how it's getting into the newsroom. Just a comment, artificial intelligence isn't something that's out there somewhere, but we don't have it. We all have it in our pockets, and we use it every day, and it's in the hospital, it's in the banks, it's in our town councils and in our local governments. Therefore, it's everywhere. And just some comments on what artificial intelligence is or isn't, without going into technical definitions. It's a technology we have in our hands that allows machines to work and react like humans. It's a very simple definition for all audiences, and we're not going to go into the technology. But it is important to know that in order to achieve this, for them to work and react like humans, algorithms are used that predict and make decisions on an automated basis, of course. They predict and make decisions. Two important factors. That's what humans do. And now we're trying to get machines to do them. You already have most of the well-known applications everywhere. Facial or image recognition, when you use the phone to recognize you, or to open an account in the bank. And there are virtual recommendations, and we'll see what's being done in journalism with this, and a lot more social robots that are already at homes, in hospitals, etc. The most sophisticated algorithms use automatic learning, machine learning, you hear this everywhere, and deep learning. And this would be a data processing technique based on artificial neural networks with many layers. In other words, the aim is for machines to work like the human brain works, and it's nothing new. Artificial intelligence has existed for 50 years, but it's now that we have big data, and we do it all the time with our mobile phone. When we pick it up off the night table first thing in the morning until we put it down, there are so many data, as well as sensors in the cities and so on. But now we have computational capacity. Computers can now process this amount of data. With these concepts together, we can be here today talking about how to take artificial intelligence to the newsrooms in local media. Just a comment to get started. And I'm sure you know ChatGPT. Raise your hand. Who's experimented with ChatGPT? Well, it's not bad. For those of you that haven't experimented, yes, the translation takes longer. ChatGPT. Those that have used ChatGPT, how many of you feel passionate about ChatGPT? Fewer hands, fewer hands. This is extremely interesting for what we have to discuss. ChatGPT, we've all practiced. Write an opinion article on 500 words, how artificial intelligence can help the local media, and also about the ethical issues and red lines that shouldn't be crossed in the journalism profession. And let's see if this works. It should work. And ChatGPT starts to write those 500 words, giving me a whole article, an opinion article. I didn't say a news story, an opinion article on this. We're not going to see the whole thing, because in order to process this paragraph, it's taken a few seconds. Imagine that. It's taken a few seconds. What would we journalists take to process a 5-line paragraph? But we'll say, okay, thanks, ChatGPT. And then we say, write an attractive headline on this. And it says, the artificial intelligence, a useful and effective tool for the local media. A little bit more attractive, please. The future of local media. How can artificial intelligence transform journalism? And if you write it in Basque, I don't know if it's right or not, you can tell me. It's a headline. I didn't say write the 500 words, but we'd probably find mistakes here. Does this surprise us? Does it not surprise us? Some people will be surprised, others won't. Artificial intelligence in the media is nothing new. The Guardian in 2020 had this story, not about ChatGPT, but about GPT-3, which was the beginning from the same company, OpenAI. And what the Guardian did was to say to this tool to write an opinion article, which it published in its digital version, and I think also in the paper version. And it said to the software that it should write something that would make humans trust in that they would be able to use artificial intelligence. So together with Ricardo Baeza-Yates, who's one of the top experts between here and California on data science, we wrote this article in 2020. So it's not new. it's been there for a number of years, and GPT-3 could write political speeches, personalized mails, movie scripts. This is much more personalized now. This is just an overview of where we come from. This is also from 5 years ago. The New York Times published this paper, and here it mentions other tools used by the Washington Post, like the Heliograph, Associated Press to automate news, the Wall Street Journal and Dow Jones to verify images. All this 5 years ago, since this article came out. So I'm not saying anything new. This news agency in the UK that came from a Google Prize, the Digital News Initiative, also created a way of writing news and use artificial intelligence to provide this information or this news to the local media. And this is a video that's also from a few years ago, where we see a journalist that says that thanks to artificial intelligence, she can now spend time writing in-depth articles without just reporting on the results of the local sport. And Rosalinda is the name given to the robot, helps us to report on all sports in real time, because they have hundreds of competitions, and that way the journalist no longer has to do that, and professionals can do something else. We have a label, data journalism, algorithmic journalism, and this refers to how we work with AI in the media and what it's used for. And I realize I had some crib notes here, and I've almost run out of time. Some applications that I'm sure you've already done in your newsrooms. Visits or clicks or how to position the stories better. I've brought here some examples of what we can already do with some of these tools. Automate the front pages. I don't have much time, but I'll show you some examples of media that do these things with AI. Look for the best headline for a tweet or for the media. Create new content, information, an article. That's something that ChatGPT already does. Data analysis and visualization, because you can tell ChatGPT to write programming language, and with that programming language, you have a written formula without having to learn programming language to make that data analysis. And to visualize, create images, videos, illustrating Midjourney and DALL-E 2 are two well-known programs in recent months, creating images out of nothing. But they're very helpful to illustrate. A journalist writes a story from a beach with a cocktail, and since I said to ChatGPT, get Midjourney or DALL-E 2 to give me a picture of the journalist working on the beach, and here it is. And it's used quite a lot to do research or investigative journalism that needs to analyze a lot of data, almost big data. Algorithms or artificial intelligence can also help us with that. And the fact is that there are investigations from international media that spend more than a year on that investigation with that large amount of data, and artificial intelligence can also help with this. And other production processes such as voice transcriptions or video to text, etc. Let's see some examples. Good tape is based on OpenAI technology, and it's currently free. It's a voice-to-text transcriber that uses artificial intelligence. This example, the Finnish public broadcaster, Yle, has an initiative for Ukrainian refugees that automatically translates news. even before they're checked by a native journalist. They're so confident, and during the pandemic, ILE was capable of offering information in Somali, Arabic, Kurdish, and Persian. I have no idea whether it's 100% reliable in the translation or not. But these are things that are being experimented with, because I think that we are still at an experimentation stage, and you're from the local media, but in bigger and more general media, we're also in that experimentation stage. Other media are waiting for artificial intelligence to help improve the personalization and content recommendations to increase audience participation. The Global Mail in Canada developed a tool, Sophie, with artificial intelligence to automate most of its front pages. It's a group of media, and that has enabled some journalists, they say, to use their time more productively. And they also say that they've increased the number of clicks by 17%. I'll leave it there. What the Daily has done after creating this program, it's now offering it or selling it to other media publishers because it's really working. And for front page automation, it's going well. This is a Danish medium, Zetland, that with artificial intelligence, in their language, have obtained good transcriptions. And I think that we're at that stage, more than the initial stage of surprising with ChatGPT. We have to see how artificial intelligence, a technology we already have, can help us to make our time more efficient as professionals, as journalists, not to replace us. I think everyone here understands that very clearly. But after analyzing a lot of data, and after checking it out, if they tell us that the front page should look like this or that, and if we find that that is efficient or effective for our medium, well, there we have a possible help or solution. DALI 2 is this artificial intelligence system that, like ChatGPT, with an expression or a description, tell me or give me an image where I can see this. There are media that are carrying out some trials. Before giving you an example on DALI 2, you must know about this. This report that's very recent, where it says as a conclusion, I've picked something out, I've taken chapter 8. It said in conclusion that the media are gradually including AI for more personalized experiences in each medium. It's not that this technology can be used by everyone in the same way. We each have to have our own experience. And they say that 3 out of 10 people surveyed, 28%, for them, AI is already part of their usual activities. But 39% says that they have carried out some experiments, and ChatGPT and DALI 2 are the big examples that people are experimenting with because how easy they are to use. This is another step in the Google search. ChatGPT, tell me this, prepare a class. But I've caught out ChatGPT with inconsistencies in licks, in context. Why? Because the tools are not ready yet to understand the context the way people understand it, and much less to understand the context the way we understand it in the profession by journalists that ask questions and look for answers. And however much information the technology has, it's not perfect yet. And this is also a chart showing this report. 67% say they use artificial intelligence to improve recommendations made to the audience. This is a survey of 303 leaders in 53 countries, and just some figures. And I've almost run out of time, And I wanted to show this example. Semaphore is a very recent medium created by Sven Smith, editor-in-chief of BuzzFeed News and a columnist of the New York Times, and Justin B. Smith, ex-director at Bloomberg. And they've created this medium. And one of the things they've done with artificial intelligence is a series called Witness. And they've created videos with DALL-E 2 to accompany the news they had on Ukraine. But since they didn't have the images, they've created artificial intelligence animations accompanied by the testimony. I'll show you a fragment. There's no audio, but it plays around with the maps of the place. And then we'll have a testimony. And this is what they have recreated using artificial intelligence. And this gentleman is explaining a story, but they don't have the images at the time. So they're explaining it this way. And this opens up many possibilities for local journalism and for journalism in general. But we need to know how to use it. Semaphore has known how to use it in this series. We each have to think about how to use that technology in the best way. I'll show you another example. Deep Brain AI is a technology company with headquarters in Korea that creates digital copies. The presenter said earlier that you had been a weather presenter. Well, Deep Brain does this. It creates digital copies of news presenters. And what people see are the digital copies, not the presenter. The argument is that many South Korean media have decided that this technology can save costs and improve the appearance of presenters, improve the appearance of famous presenters because they can do something else. This Deep Brain AI or other technologies, and I'm not going to go into disinformation, but this is one of the videos that run where it seemed that the president of Ukraine was surrendering, and it's a deep fake, but it's been made with one of these tools. So the dark side of this technology, so far I've given you a lot of brushstrokes, and we could talk a lot about each of these technologies. I've given you brushstrokes on the positive side, but there's also the dark side with these dangers, because the technology is so perfect that it's going to be more and more difficult to understand what's true and what's fake. And I think that the profession still has to reconsider a lot of things, and much more on a local level. This morning we were saying that this doesn't happen so much on a local level because we all know each other. But when somebody receives this, how can they know on a local level whether it's true or not if they're interested in an international subject? According to Gardner, that has also prepared an international report, we're going to see more and more automated content or semi-automated content, for better or worse. And it will be easier than ever to create multimedia content that's attractive and believable, although sometimes we will see this kind of case. And in the final 2 minutes, I'm going to cover something I'm fairly obsessed with, and it has to do with the profession. I'm on various artificial intelligence ethics committees. And artificial intelligence, as I said at the beginning, is everywhere. And reporting on where these algorithms are isn't part of the technology section in the dailies. And since many of the local newspapers don't have a technology section, but technology is everywhere. And as professionals, we need to know how they work. And when we receive a press release from the local government or from a local company, we have to ask, how does this algorithm work? How is this going to affect people? Because I think that's also important to be explained by the profession and not just attached to the release because it's technological. There's a lot at stake. The ProPublica is a North American independent medium, and it carried out research, and it proved against the American government and against the government that had made the software, that a software that was using judges to decide sentences was biased. And there were harsher sentences for colored people. And there are few types of this research, but there's some. Algorithm Watch out of Germany watches over algorithms in society at banks, schools, hospitals, in the agencies that carry out personnel selection. They're everywhere. 4 or 5 years ago, I worked with them to write a report on what was happening in Spain. And I had the curiosity of doing the same in Catalonia. What algorithms do we have in Catalonia? And I found more than 50 examples in the whole spectrum. The Barcelona City Council to provide social aid, etc. That's neither a good or a bad thing, it's technology. What we don't know, first of all, is that it's everywhere and it makes decisions for us. These algorithms decide. And if we knew that, we could at least ask as citizens or journalists, but we don't know. And there are stories like this, the question algorithms that have been working for years. In Catalan prisons, we have an algorithm that could affect inmates being released. We've had this algorithm for years and nobody knew about it. And La Vanguardia had a story last year questioning it. Veripol is an algorithm at police stations. When somebody goes to report something, it decides whether that person is lying. In other words, you go to report that you've been robbed, and that algorithm could think that you're lying. And you're questioned, and that's Veripol. And it's not being questioned. And Biogen is an algorithm that the National Police have when a woman has been assaulted, when there's gender violence, the algorithm decides the severity. So she may be told, lady, go home. Nothing's going to happen with your husband or your partner. These are algorithms that can affect people. And I'll leave you with this case. Thibio is an organization you have to follow. It's a non-profit. They're fighters for transparency. They've been providing information for over 5 years. And 3 years ago, they asked the Spanish government for the algorithm code. The Spanish government, a few years ago, launched the social bonus, where families with few resources could save part of what they pay for power. But through inverse engineering, they discovered that the algorithm used by the Spanish government wasn't working properly, that it left thousands of families out. They explained this to the Spanish government, to the people responsible. They demanded the code for the algorithm, and it hasn't been given to them yet. They've sued them several times. They've had to pay thousands of euros to continue the legal struggle. But when they achieve it, we'll have real algorithm transparency, because right now we have words, we have committees, but there's no algorithm transparency because we don't know where they are. And if journalists and the profession, we ought to start to understand how this technology works and also explain it in our local news, because otherwise we're not reporting on all current affairs. And that just doesn't have to do with technology. It has to do with health, with human rights, with safety. And before I leave, Ramon López de Mantaras, he was the head of the scientific research unit in Catalonia, one of the leading experts, now retired in artificial intelligence. He continues to write. This is the latest article written. ChatGPT has nothing to do with human intelligence. And he clearly says that it's a machine. And what they do are machines that coordinate segments of words. But in no case do they understand the context. This capability to understand the world and allow ChatGPT ability to understand the context is required. We ask for an article and they seem to understand it, and we're convinced, and we say, let's publish it, but the machine isn't understanding at all. We are the who understand. And he said the designers of these systems don't care if they generate truths or falsehoods. They're responsible for misinforming. But I suggest you follow him because he's putting out a lot of ethical alerts related to technology. It is not a matter of saying don't use it. It has to be used. We have to make the most of technology, but we have to see how we use it, because we, the journalists, are the professionals, and we have to continue to be critical and continue to ask questions, even of machines. Thank you.
Moltes gracias. Galderarik badago, Karmarentzat?
Thank you very much. Any questions for Karma? Questions?
Bueno, ikusten duzue, serio eta mamitsu jarri garela, baina ez zinaztuko dugu gaurkoa urtebete...
Well, as you can see, we've got serious. But let's remember that today's meeting was organized to celebrate the 10th anniversary. And it's true that I could sing happy birthday now. But we've had enough rain, so I'm not going to do it. And if I had to sing a song, I could sing a song by the group Egan that says that it's better to be in company than alone. And now we're going to ask some friends to come up on stage. And the Ken Susby group also said that we all make up the sea. We Are the Sea is one of their songs. We are all waves in the sea, whether we're from the Mediterranean or the Cantabrian. We all form part of the sea. And before we said that we face certain challenges here, and people face challenges elsewhere, and that's where we have to collaborate. And in the same way that we've got together to form a sort of lobby against the high-speed train, here we could also get together to face these challenges. When TOKIKOM was organizing this event for the 10th anniversary, we found that there were people in other places that had also started to reflect on these issues, and that it would be good to put that on paper through a manifesto. For example, what brings us together? And on the other hand, what do we need? Because before the institutions, and in this case specifically before the state institutions, we have our own place. And in our smallness, we're also big, and that's why they should take us into account. And today I would like to ask, I chose Artolazabal, the director of TOKIKOM, and together with her, more friends that are with us today that come from the Mediterranean, but they are here, and I'm going to ask them to come up on stage little by little. We have the Catalonian Local Press Association, Francesc Farbacos, and we have Luis Pedro, and the Civiconval from Valencia too, Miquel Miró, and from Menorca, the Local Press Association, Miguel Ángel Marqués is with us. Please all come up on stage. Go ahead, the lights.
Gaur, ikusten ari garenez, arrai txiki askok batuta indar handia egin dezakegu.
As we can see, when lots of little fish get together, we become very strong. And that's why we're very pleased, because today, finally, we can present a manifesto that brings agents from other territories outside the Basque Country for TOKIKOM. It's an honor to be here with other associations, the Catalonian Press Association, Valencia, from Valencia, Mallorca, the local press association from Menorca too. The Catalonian Local Press Association has just celebrated its 40th anniversary. A strong round of applause for its representative.
Well, thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to congratulate TOKIKOM on its 10th anniversary. From our regional association, it's a great honor, and it's great to be here today and to see that the work we started in November in Barcelona is now taking shape. The Catalonia Association of Regional Press has 160 media outlets in Catalonia, and among them there are some of them that have been around for more than 100 years. And as you just pointed out, we've just turned 40. And last November we invited the associations and media that are present at this closing ceremony to attend our anniversary celebrations. And when we met, I think that we all had very clear in our minds the opportunity and the need to start to join forces and to do things all together. So this is why what we did was to propose a first step, which is what we're doing here today. We're very glad to present the manifesto of the Association of Regional and Local Media Outlets. It's a base document with which we want to confirm the importance of the local media, and we want to ask the state administrations to take us into consideration like they do with any other kind of communication media. This is a joint work carried out by the associations that are present here today. So therefore, the best thing would be for us to make use of this opportunity to introduce the document and also its creators. So let's have a round of applause in favor of Marina Res, who's the treasurer of the association of the organization in Valencia and the director of the Untitled newspaper. Let's have a round of applause, please. Good morning, or good afternoon. I'm on behalf of the Regional Association of the Press in Valencia. Our association was established in the year 2015, and the intention was to make our voice heard. We have 11 companies, 12 media outlets that have a common denominator. We work in the press sector, and we wanted to achieve more visibility. We wanted to become stronger. We wanted people to listen to our voice, so that we could, so that people could get to know us, because we were completely ignored by the public authorities and by the main publicists too. We were always set aside by them, and those media that form part of the association, it's 148,000 readers we reach out to. It's four in Castellón, in Vinaluz, in Benicarló, Noticias, de Morella, the magazine Paulo de Villarreal, and in the province of Valencia, Sueca.com, periodic Dontiñén, Lo Clar, Montiñén, whereas in the province of Alicante, the media that form part of the association are Marte Ciutat from Alcoy, Escaparate from Mibi, and Canfal in Marinalta, with the headquarters in Denia, Portada.info from Villena, and Valle from Elda. And we have our websites too, so it makes a total of 24 communication media. And every year we also carry out joint activities in the form of joint publications, informative breakfasts, and this is something that we started to do in 2015 that we are continuing with nowadays. So, well, as we've already heard said here today, and as we point out in the manifesto, you know that regional media outlets are fundamental. We are promoting participation and democratic habits, always from the point of view of a public service, and we reflect the social and cultural diversity and linguistic diversity of our people. And this is what they've done at the association from the Valencia community, and I'm going to give the floor to the chairperson, Miquel Mule. Good morning, everybody. And firstly, I would like to thank TOKIKOM for inviting us. I think that it was a very interesting morning. And our association, it's 52 media outlets. We're still growing, and we have more than 250 workers and hundreds of collaborators. We are reaching out to 4 million people, 4 million users every month. And the most important thing for us are not only the figures, And I think that in the digital world, they remove the focus of the true problem, because things that have been mentioned here make us focus on what proximity journalism is all about, and also on capillarity, and what is really being like prophets in our little towns, although we are a pretty heterogeneous group of daily newspapers. But we've spoken a lot about the information model here, but we also have to address whatever has to do with the creation of the business model, because we are facing a challenge. We have to do is establish a significant media ecosystem, and I was brought up in Catalonia, and the level there is higher than in Valencia. But in any case, if we analyze the future business model, I know that there's going to be lots of suffering, because there have been many changes in these last 15 years. But in any case, you have your home in Valencia, and whenever you want, you can come and visit us. But now I'm going to give the chair to the deputy chair of the Forana Association in Majorca. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and many thanks for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be able to share information with other people working in the sector. We all share the same kinds of problems, and I suppose that the circumstances are pretty similar. But our association of the regional press in Mallorca has 31 local media, and on the island we cover several locations. The biggest place is Palma, which is the capital. But apart from, or compared to our colleagues that are here today, that are represented here today, we are talking about non-for-profit organizations, most of them are. And it is true that there are some professionals or some companies that are more professionalized, but most of us are just association without a profit-making intention. So therefore that means that we have lots of volunteer work. So basically, we've seen how important it is for the community to be committed towards local media, and this commitment can also be seen in the level of acceptance by our audience. In other words, the media that have met up here, we reach out to more than 6.5 million people. This, I think, offers a significant potential, and it also represents a very big responsibility, and these are not the only figures that impress. So let's have a round of applause for Miguel Ángel Marquez, who's the secretary of the Menorca Association and a colleague of mine on the islands. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Tomeu. Well, the truth is that there's not much more to say in relation to what my previous colleagues have already mentioned. But I think that it's a great honor for us to be here today with all of you. I suppose that our association is the smallest of all the associations that are present here, although that doesn't mean that we're less important, because we have 6 associated media, all of them based on the island of Menorca, and that are present in 5 of the 8 municipalities of the island of Menorca. Our association was set up in the year 1991. In other words, we've been working to defend our associated magazines for the last 32 years. And one of our signs of identity has to do with the publication of all of our magazines in Catalan, in the Catalonian language. But I think that, well, with all of these associations that are present, we have nearly 1,300 workers and another 1,200 collaborators and nearly 49 million euros in our annual budget. We are a powerful economic sector that is closely connected to innovation, and we have been hit by the health and economic crises. So we want to be taken into account, and we have 2 very straightforward petitions that Francesc is going to be pointing out. Well, you can see that the local and regional press sector is very important from a qualitative and quantitative perspective, regardless of what some people think. But the state ignores us completely, and we are outside all of the distribution circuits as regards advertising and financial support. So this is why we want to close this manifest with 2 clear requests that we think are completely logical. Firstly, that the state administration take into account the regional and local media when they plan their advertising campaigns, and bearing in mind criteria such as our scope or such as our capillarity. And secondly, we also want to be taken into account when they plan lines of aid related to the impact that the crisis had, etc., etc., because we are more than willing to become actively involved as much as we possibly can so that we can help implement these measures. I explained this very quickly, but this is what the manifest is all about, which is what we're going to be signing today. And Aleix, therefore, you have to close this circle so that we can sign this document. Well, this has been a very quick summary of the manifest, and what we're going to do is sign it, okay? So I will start, and then each one of us will be signing this document, and we'll take the family picture so that there's proof of what's been going on. Thank you.
Agertuko gara guztiok eta irrifarrez, gaurkoak merezi du eta. Hortxe, txalo bero bat, guztiei.
Esperad un momento, que os queremos hacer
Well, hold on a minute, because we would like to give you a gift for the collaboration we've started. And yes, we wanted to give you something as a reminder of what we've signed here today. Well, okay, well, here we have this certificate that will serve to remind us about what we've done. Right, we've done what we were supposed to do. We've done all of our homework. We've written our opinions on the little fish, and we've downloaded the app. I'm not going to tell anybody off, but Luisjo is much more insistent, and if you haven't done your homework, I'm sure that Luisjo will be giving you a dressing down. But in any case, there's still time. You can fit out those fish. And now we're going to have Luisjo, who's going to be talking about Unco, about the Catalonian version of our program in the Basque language. And I think that we can play around now for a while. I'm going to give the floor to Luisjo, because I'm sure that he's going to be benevolent and he's not going to be cruel towards us either. Can you see the screen clearly? Okay, so what is it we're going to do? We're going to carry out a little activity, because we have media from Catalonia, from Valencia, from different places. They've signed this document that has just been presented. And now we want to build bridges by carrying out another activity. And in order to do so, we're going to be using an app that we usually use in Basque, but it has a version in Catalonian. So we're all going to play together. We've given you the instructions, and there's still time for you to download the instructions. Let's see if they're clear on screen. What is it we have to do? Well, firstly, you must install the app. So we're going to give you another minute so that people can download the app. And then after that, you have to join a group that we've created that is called TOKIKOM. And to join that group, we also have a number of instructions. In the menu, you have groups, and there's a plus sign, and then, well, there's an option where we can join the group. The group is called TOKIKOM, just remember that, please. So you enter. Right, let me go in now. And if you enter into the application, you have two options. First of all, you have the game for today, where it says Yoga, or if not, you have the option of playing live. So you have to take that second option. Okay. If anybody has any problem, please raise your hand, because we will help you. Problems anywhere? Does anybody need any assistance? Okay.
Ez dakit, sartu zarete inork ikusten du zenbat lagun dauden barruan?
Has anybody got inside the app, and how many are we? How many people are there? 32. Oh, yeah, okay, because I only had 2 here, and that seemed to be strange. But if we have 32 participants, we can start playing. And by the way, my name is Luisjo Fernandez. I didn't introduce myself. I'm from the Codecintas company. That is the firm that has developed this app, and we work together with TOKIKOM. But a minor advantage for our guests, the questions are in Catalan. Itier Larrañaga, one of the media representatives from TOKIKOM, is going to read them out. So let's move on to the screen, because if it's 32 people inside the game, I'm now going to click here. It's 2 games lasting 1.5 minutes each. And you have to answer 10 questions very quickly as you possibly can. And the most important thing is that you answer quickly. And well, if we don't do the first game very well, we can come back in the second game, because there are 100 points at stake in the first game and 200 in the second game, and the winner will receive a gift. But if anybody from the Catalonian region, well, if somebody from the Basque country wins, we also have a national award for you, and we have a special permission to do so, okay? Right, well, let's start then. Let me click here. And once we have this on screen, okay, you can see the countdown. It's clear, isn't it? Here we go. I'm not sure if you heard the explanation, because the questions are being translated from Catalan. I didn't get the translation. I didn't hear it. Second, mathematics, 50% of 264. That's an easy one, isn't it? 50% of this figure is what? How much? Right, let's continue then. The Literature Festival, Basque Literature, organized by Euskal Herria in Barcelona every year. Who's the organizer? Do you know who it is? And then painters now. Who is it? The speaker is now speaking Catalan. Sorry, couldn't get that. They're not translating from Catalan into anything. The speaker is still speaking Catalan. Well, this is a little bit sadder for the Basque-speaking people. Okay, time's up. Anyway, I'll continue now. Sorry, I don't know what's gone wrong here. Well, that's it. Finished. Okay, well, let's look at the classification then, the standings. Igor is the champion. Who's Igor, by the way? Well, I think it's a local chap. Yes, he's sitting at the back of the room. Okay, but careful, because we have the second game to go yet. And we're going to be giving out 200 points. Well, in the first positions, we can see that there are a lot of Basque people at the top of the list. Well, let's only hope that you Catalonians perform better now. Okay, it's another minute and a half for the second game. And now we're going to try to read out the questions from the very beginning. So here we go then. So pay attention to your mobile phone. Countdown now. There's only a little bit more to go here, and we'll be ready. I'm afraid that she's reading the questions in Catalan, which is not very helpful for the Basque or the English interpreters either. Sorry about that.
L'escut del Regne d'Aragó inclou aquesta creu, que és la creu de...
A little bit of history with this one. You have to choose one of the options for these Roman figures. And now we have another question on classical culture. Sorry, still reading the questions in Catalan. Well, I suppose that people from Mallorca know the answer. Here's another one for you. I think this one is, where was this football player born? And another one for this writer. Who is this writer, rather? Not the name of this writer.
Els mitjans locals TOKIKOM com Ayurri
The speaker's still speaking Catalan, I'm afraid.
Okay.
I think that is identify this animal, if I'm not mistaken. And find the word. One of the three, I believe. Right, that's it. Time up. Right, we've run out of time. It's been a minute and a half. And let's take a look at the standings now. Well, we have Enric from Tolosa. He's in position number 1. Who's Enric? Raise your hand. Who's the winner? Let's give this gentleman a bag. This is your prize.
Okay, bueno, Bueno, lehenengo eta behin igo zaitez, eta kasu
Well, let's invite the winners. Please come up to the stage because we have some customized awards for you people. We've got 2 awards here, so you must show them to the audience. Okay, well, we're going to invite the winners, the winner, the runner-up too. We don't know who that person is, but we have to give out the award. So please come to the stage, and we were also talking about the national plan for the Basque country. Well, I'm sorry, I've got to read something out, and perhaps you Catalonians, I could also read something for you. But anyway, with the approval of Pedro Sánchez's government, the regions of Navarre and the Basque Autonomous Community will receive a devolution of competencies to manage the migration of a certain kind of animal. The speakers reading in Catalan. It's the same thing, although said in Catalan apparently. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And now I think that it's Bernard's turn, if I'm not mistaken. A wonderful artist. Sorry we're not receiving the sound now, it's here with us. Bernard Gogni has been here the entire morning drawing, and what we said is that we've addressed some very important issues. And I believe that Bernard is going to be able to summarize everything by using his drawings. So this is a summary of what's been going on here today in drawings, or through drawings. Well, thank you very much indeed, and the truth is that I can't believe that I'm here today. This is like a stand-up comedy, like the Stand-Up Comedy Club. There's a popular show on Spanish television. I'm an illustrator, and well, we could invite Dali too, but I prefer to get the money in this case. But what do I do exactly? I make drawings. I draw whatever I come across, and it's what I see. At least that's what I try to do, of course. But in this first drawing, what I've tried to do, I've tried to reflect this mysterious space, this encounter. And I like this metaphor that has been used here for the fish. Yes, that we are the little fish that form part of a larger fish. And as I'm an illustrator, I've tried to draw a fish, but with things inside, in other words, with different contents. So I've drawn a TV set, a cassette player, tools, and a number of symbols. And as we are here to celebrate the 10th anniversary, congratulations, TOKIKOM, for what you've done. Okay, we were talking about networks before, and we were talking about fabric, and it's not the same thing, really. Both concepts are different. And here we can see when the authorities spoke at the very beginning in the opening session. And I've tried to present what Amaia Aguirre was pointing out at the beginning, because she was talking about the language, and I tried to put this across. I'm not sure if you can see the picture clearly enough, because we have the wind and the clouds to refer to the language.
And it's a bit of a joke. Sometimes we make a joke and say it's not a very good joke, but there have been a lot of jokes said. And I don't know whether people remembered, but we've also heard the presentations in English. We've heard about the BBC and the importance of the local media that also work for the BBC. And what did Jason Gibbins say? Well, he told us that everything started in 2014. And there may be something I missed. So I apologize, because perhaps I got it wrong. Then there was an agreement between various parties. They worked very hard to be where they are today. And if I understood it properly, they had a system to publish news. So that the journalists could publish content, news on that system. They put it into the system, and then it could be shared with other media. Sherlock, he spoke to us about data journalism, about the data that are available, how they tried to include all the data in the same document. And from there we get what the arrows show. Good thing there's arrows, otherwise there'd be no way of understanding this drawing. Data were drawn from a report, and those data were shared with the local media. Richard Gerner from the Carefully Observer is the manager, the director, the cleaner. He does everything. He explained that he started working in his kitchen, and I've tried to show various pictures, including a teapot. This is what you call characterization. And the teapot is the filter of the ICNN. It's very difficult to try to show everything, because they said that they started with 2 journalists. Things got worse with COVID, like everywhere else. And after rethinking everything, they realized that they still had the trust of the audience. A colleague helped them get a contract with the BBC, and that way they managed to move forward. And Thomas Bruvik from Norway. Let's see if I understood it. What did they do? Well, they shared things, particularly ideas. He also told us about artificial intelligence and migration. He also mentioned COVID-19. And above all, he spoke to us about the importance of local themes. They saw that in their area there were very few nurses, and that long-term this could be a problem. And they spoke about migration as a solution to the problem, and that's how migration comes into play in their news. When he explained about the version in Polish, he said that they realized that if they also offered information in Polish to reach out to that Polish-speaking population, this could also create followers in the Polish version. He also spoke about the way of reaching young people by offering information they're interested in. It's not easy to read this screen. What did they do? They tried to obtain funds, and here I also tried to show fake news, referring to those people that say that the Earth is flat. I know it's very difficult to visualize this image, that's why I tried to explain it. Because sometimes I afford myself the luxury of not drawing very well. And this is where the hashtag comes in, Etorkizuna, which means weaving the future, and we have TOKIKOM X. And here I try to reflect the agreement reached between Basque Public Television and TOKIKOM. Yanni Mateos and Iker Rincon also spoke, and they spoke about that wonderful network they have. They also said that they feel a very healthy envy towards the BBC. And they said we also want to be in the national media agenda. And that smiling face is TOKIKOM in the media agenda. And they also spoke about demography, referring to small municipalities and large municipalities. Coffee, of course. I drink a lot of coffee. I love coffee. Long live coffee. Coffee is a good thing. Leisure. We heard from Ikusiker. They spoke about digital leisure, the digitization of leisure specifically, and its importance. Bea Narvaiza, professor at the University of the Basque Country, explained the following. They have cooperated with Tabakalera, University of the Basque Country, Ikusiker, and other agents, including EITB. They've tried to analyze the content consumer habits of youth. These young people have consumer habits that are reflected in the adult population. I have to say, I'm old, but I love young people. And they also said that they publish everything, absolutely everything. So the Ikusiker reports are public. They also spoke about the online surveys that they've carried out. They've also tried to do this in the Basque, in the French Basque country, and they've also used the Basque language in these questionnaires. And they said that young people are also starting to consume content in Japanese or Korean. Talking about individual consumption, they've given data that are obvious, but may seem Martian-like, because it's obvious that a mobile phone is used by a single person. It's not like a printed newspaper or a television. And I think that has an impact on citizens. One thing is using a device by ourselves, just for us individually, and something else is having community access. They spoke about platforms, streaming, and that's why I have this chart that I know isn't very easy to read. Before the pandemic, we didn't have so many platforms. They weren't used as much. And after the pandemic, there's been a rise in these platforms. For example, Netflix. They also asked about the number of devices used by young people. a mobile phone at least, a computer at least, a smart TV at home. So young people are always connected to the internet. Let's say they're trapped in the internet, they're in that prison. The internet surrounds us. Afterwards, she asked about the social media used to access this information, and she mentioned a number of media. There will be other media in the future, and how little control we have over them. We can't control the daily use of our mobile phone. How many hours do we spend on the phone? I thought it was tremendous. And we said we access the internet through platforms. I think that this is something new, because again, I'm old. For example, they code to me of syntax code. I look it up on Google, or TOKIKOM, I look it up on Google, but maybe young people don't do it the same way. Maybe they go directly into YouTube, because I don't know, what do people watch on YouTube? Rosalia video, for example. And YouTube tells them, if you like Rosalia, watch this video on code syntax, and the message disappears. I think that a code syntax message isn't going to appear after a Rosalia video. Other things will appear that may be as wonderful, but with a different kind of content, not exactly code syntax. And that's why we say that in the past, we said that we felt a little bit old, because in the past we thought that the internet would bring us freedom, that we would be free to roam, that we would be able to open a blog in the Basque language, whatever. Well, I'm getting lost. Social media and information. News versus news. Journalism and digitization. Amelino Moedo spoke about this on the one hand. And I've stuck to the following. I'm going to try to be very brief. Why have we lost trust in the news outlets, in the communication media, at least in the traditional media? Well, because people believe that they're manipulated, or that they depend on a company, on political interests, etc. And that there's fake news. Karma Peiro, for example, talked to us about artificial intelligence, because it's something that already exists. And what can we say? The experience I've had with artificial intelligence has been weird, because I'm a teacher and I had to prepare a class on microphones. I teach fine arts at the Leioa campus, and I thought, how can I start a lesson on microphones? I can talk about contemporary artists, about what they say about microphonism, and I asked an app I used, hello, good morning, and the chat, that artificial intelligence app replied. And I asked a direct question to the application, what did Yoko Ono say about microphones, for example, and Jan Jumbai and Andy Warhol? Well, Andy Warhol, in this case, said that microphones are wonderful, because thanks to microphones, we can do I don't know what. The app gave me that type of answer, and I thought, well, how easy it is to use this. I'm going to be able to prepare the class in a moment. And what did Jan Dupek say about microphones? Well, the app gave me the same answer, but just changed the nouns. And what did Yoko Ono say? She said the same thing. And again, the same words. Microphone, device, public, wonderful. She just changed the synonyms, changed the nouns around. And I asked, and what did Lady Gaga say about microphones? The same answer. The app gave me the same answer. And that's why in the end I didn't use that app, because I don't want to offer just anything to my students. So I thought, well, perhaps I have a problem with this app. Maybe I haven't used it properly. How can I learn to use this app?
Ilustrazioak ere egiten dituzte adimen artifizialek.
There are also illustration apps that use artificial intelligence, and I'm very much afraid of these apps. I'm an illustrator. Perhaps I'm not very good as an illustrator, and maybe I could become a comic and get over it. But I'm going to shut up because perhaps an app with artificial intelligence could be funnier than me. We also spoke about biases. We're Basques, Catalans, I don't know how to say it. We all know, I don't know how many jokes that we could tell now about others. There are thousands of examples or jokes, but the point is that there are so many biases. And that's it. This is where I finish. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pernan. Thank you, Pernan. Artist, you've seen the summary he made that you'll probably agree with. And since you didn't ask any questions, well, too late. Well, we're coming to the end of the meeting. But now we're going to call up another two artists who aren't going to draw, but that are here representing the Bizkaia Provincial Council, Roya Bilbao. We're going to ask her to close this meeting. Thank you very much. Good morning, almost good afternoon. Thank you all very much for taking part in this meeting, and special greetings to all of you that have come from outside Bizkaia, also the people from other countries. And I would recommend that you make use of this opportunity to get to know our province of Bizkaia. And we've come here to talk about the communication media in the Basque language, specifically the local communication media. And I would say that in our society, our communication media in the Basque language have a great deal of support from society and also from the administration. As we've been able to see in the presentations from the various professionals, organizations, and representatives from the various bodies that have taken part in this meeting. And the law also provides a great deal of protection to the right of being informed and the right of being informed in the Basque language. And it's been 40 years since the Basque Language Normalization Act was passed, and one of its main characteristics was that it was the result of a broad political consensus and was based on the recognition of the specific language rights, and this includes the right to be informed in the Basque language by the media, and the obligation that the authorities have of taking the necessary measures to be able to implement this right and to use the Basque language in the written press, radio and television. The Basque Language Act specifies that the administration will take the suitable measures to promote the presence of the Basque language in the communication media, to gradually make it equivalent in the use of both official languages. Before this act, there was media in Basque language. In fact, the first written press in the Basque language started in America a century and a half ago, done by Basques that migrated to the American continent, and they published in Basque to satisfy their need for news. In 1937, there was the first newspaper in the Basque language here in the Basque country, a newspaper called Eguna. After the war, during the dictatorship, there was Teluko Argia, Anaitasuna, Euskalduna, Herria, Goizargi. Thanks to the work done by many committed Basque speakers, the light of the Basque language hasn't been switched off in the media. But the starting point for this growth in media in the Basque language, of course, dates back officially to the Basque Language Act at the beginning of the 80s. If we look at the situation then and the situation now, there's an impressive difference. There are currently over 100 communication projects in Basque that are being developed in various areas and using different supports. At the end of the 70s, it was less than a dozen. The fact is that there has been an impressive leap, equivalent to the presence and the social use of the Basque language during this time. In the public arena, we can especially highlight radio and television in Basque, and later on the developments on the internet. And in the social and private areas, we also have to point out the communication products that are being developed in the written press, through newspapers, specialized journals, local communication media, and although to a lesser degree, also on radio, television, and the internet. All this has been possible thanks to the social initiative, to the private initiative, the contribution made by the university, the Basque consumers of communication media, and also the firm commitment of the public authorities. It has been a collective action and has to carry on this way. There are many protagonists that have made this leap, both in civil society and among the public authorities. In these 4 years, however, things have changed a great deal in our society, and the world of information and communication has also changed, including the media themselves. We are immersed in the so-called globalization. We're more and more global. And our location is surrounded by a storm of information and entertainment. But it was also mentioned this morning that the pandemic has taught us that the communication media are an essential good, and that the local media have some differential characteristics compared to the bigger and more global media, since they represent a zero-kilometer communication. They create, distribute and consume information and communication on a local level. And I'll put out the following idea. The future could be a local future. We're immersed in a technological change and we don't know how far it's going to go. The global platforms could take us to depend on these technological changes. Since they are not public squares, which is what they want to make us believe. The surveys show that when we ask readers about why they consume local communication media, the biggest answer is because they provide information from close by. And this is what we have to consider. And we have to consider that it's very important for the media to be politically plural, because this is what gives the communication projects credibility, because this is how you guarantee plurality and impartiality in communication. Another interesting feature of the local media is their extension and their degree of involvement. They're widely extended because in many cases they're distributed free. They're even delivered to people's homes. And town councils often are very much involved in supporting them. But in any case, the Department for Basque Language, Culture and Sports at the Bizkaia Provincial Council has the aim of promoting communication projects in the Basque language in our territory. Periodical publications in Basque and communication projects in the local Bizkaian dialect. The Bizkaia Provincial Council so far has provided €1 million in subsidies, apart from the direct subsidies to the Bizkaia Irratia radio station or the Bizkaia project. And it's also been an achievement to obtain a new funding framework in 2019, which was renewed in 2022 as a step forward to guarantee the stability of the sector, establishing a number of standards. In this funding framework, the government and the 3 provincial councils have been involved. And how do we see the sector in Bizkaia? Well, in Bizkaia, we're permanently in touch with the organizations that receive subsidies to identify points for improvement and also to measure their degree of satisfaction. And regarding the results, if we look at the satisfaction surveys, we found a substantial improvement since we've gone from 5.6 points in 2020 out of 10 to 7.5 in 2022. This is the perception of the communication media in Basque in relation to the work done by the Provincial Council. Regarding the situation of the sector, in the initial evaluation in 2009, there were significant differences found between communication projects in the creation and production, in the approach of the projects, their scope, whether they're on a local or regional level, and the balance between the online version and the on-paper version. And we also looked into the communication project management issues. And we believe that we will be able to reinforce these communication projects to provide a normalization of the Basque language, contributing to increasing the strength of the Basque language and carrying out an important social function. The improvement in management will enable local media to be able to better adapt to this ever-changing sector. They will be able to suggest innovations every year and provide more and better service to their clients and readers in particular, and the possibility of changing the products as they go along. Well, in 2020, we started the training program for communication media in general management through Euskalit and in journalism with technical training on mobile journalism with TOKIKOM. And you have shown that it's possible to create a solid local media structure in the Basque language that has provided good results for all stakeholders, for citizens, for commercial customers, the administration and society itself. But it's even more important to maintain these results in the long term. I would say we're on the right path to maintain or even improve these good results in the future. But there's something else to be taken into account. Our society is more and more bilingual, fortunately, and multilingualism is becoming stronger, especially in the younger generations. In the area of communication, information and entertainment, consumer habits have changed enormously. The profile of the Basque speaker has changed and will continue to change. This is our world, and we have to adapt to that world. We have to continue to move forward, to also continue to improve in the world of the communication media. How? For me, a first essential point is to improve management in order to have stronger structures. And also bear in mind the point of view of the recipients to obtain their approval and to be successful with our consumers. And of course, to also move forward in the technology and digitization. And this is related to consumer habits, because this is a social transformation that requires that we adapt to the times without forgetting the wishes of Basque citizens and the plurality of our citizens. And this we will have to consider when we create content, and it's one of the keys to the future. Without this, it's useless to provide support, and without the approval of the recipients, the content won't have much of a repercussion. One final opinion from me. If we want to continue to strengthen the use of the Basque language, the communication media have also to continue working on this and not step aside. In these 40 years, we've seen that information in the Basque language has been and continues to be very valuable on a local level. Therefore, the presence of the Basque language should be reinforced, as it has been reinforced. So I would like to congratulate you on this very important achievement. The Basque language is not a secondary element in communication, and this is very important for the normalization of the Basque language, of our language. So therefore, continue to reinforce the use of the Basque language. My congratulations, therefore, and now it's just a matter of continuing to work along those lines to achieve the greatest success, and also to tackle new challenges. I don't have to tell you, because you know it better than I do, of course, but you can be sure that we will accompany you on that path from the Provincial Council, bearing in mind, as I said, that our plurality is something that we should always keep in mind, and for me, that's the key to success in the future. Thank you very much, and again, my congratulations on these 10 years. Thank you, Miss Bilbao. Well, we have to finish. It seems that the weather is getting better. It's almost as if we've ordered it. Now we're going to ask the President for some final words. Eta goienan denok badakigu zer dagoen, asko, talentua.
He's from the Goyenan group, which has lots of talent. Iren Zabal, you have the floor to close this highly interesting seminar.
Gordean, kobratzen duen guztiarekin tandekan, Osea, 0, kobratzen du 0 kilometro moduan, manek 0. Ikusiko zenuten segurenik hegal laborraren bideo bat, nola ez dakit 200-300 kiloko hegal.
Well, you've probably seen a video of tuna fish weighing 200 and something kilos each. And possibly many of you have received this information via WhatsApp. You've seen some pictures where the fish is sold, etc., where the fish is auctioned. And if there were local communication media in places like Zumaia or Getxo, that information would be able to travel very quickly. And we'd possibly know that they'd already been fishing tuna fish of this kind for several years. And we'd also know that possibly that they fish them, they catch them without using fishing rods. But in any case, we don't reach that kind of information. What we receive through the local media outlets, which is what we really need for information of this kind, because sometimes what we think is that they are, I don't know, that these are just minor stories that are told in the local media, and that the most important issues have to do with economy and politics, and they have to be addressed by the larger media organizations. But the truth is that there's no such thing as a small story. A small story can be a big story in the end. And we have to get things right. These small stories must become large stories amongst all of us, because the truth of the matter is that we don't operate in this manner. And I would like to call upon all of you, and as well as the public authorities too, if we don't do this, we're going to be dragged away by the wave, by the current wave. And we'll see that it's very clear that when we use WhatsApps or when we use other kind of technologies, we can see sometimes, well, we can clearly see that what they try to do is manipulate us. And this is why it is necessary for the media at all levels need to take this reality into consideration. We have to be aware of it, because we've been traveling from one press conference to another as if we were only buying the things that people want to sell us, and that is not the kind of work that we journalists should do. We need other manners of working. We need to invest in data journalism, and we have to deliver our own readings from the point of view of journalism, and we have to place in the center of our attention we have to place reality in the center of our attention, because I can see the left and the right from one place, and you can see the left and right from a different place. So that's an important thing, of course. It's important to know how to adapt our approach. What I think is that we have to be as close as we possibly can to the community through our journalism, because if not, we're going to be cast aside. And this is what we call kilometer zero journalism is all about. And we're not only here to work for the people, but also with the people. I'm going to wrap up now. I'm coming to a close here, because now we're going to have a minor event downstairs, and we'll also have something to nibble on. I would like to thank all of the organizations that appear on screen that have been absolutely essential to be able to hold a seminar at a place like this with a very, very high level too. And I would also like to thank all the technical people that have been working here to make this seminar come true. And my congratulations to all of you for how things have worked. And also thanks to the people that have been broadcasting this live via EITB or EITB, and many thanks to all of the partners of Topagonia and TOKIKOM, and to the rest of the local media. One final word of congratulations for the Catalonia Association of Regional Press, from the people from Valencia, and the Association of Barcelona of Digital Media, Mallorca, and the Press Association of Menorca too. Congratulations to all of you. We are going to carry on working hand in hand. We're going to intensify a collaboration. I'm not sure if it's going to become much more evident or tangible. Perhaps that's not the most suitable word, but we must make ourselves known to everybody. Thank you very much. And let's only hope that everybody leaves this building with more contents in their knapsack, and let's only hope that we'll see each other again in another 10 years' time. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Thank you for listening. Well, thank you very much, Ivan. And as Ivan has just pointed out, we're now going to close the seminar here. But before that, a brief video to underscore Our thanks to Hiruka, to the Basque government, to the government of Arm and the provincial councils of Bizkaia and Gipuzkoa and to the Getxo Town Council and EITB. As I said, we could talk about the 10 years of experience we've already had. I'm sure that, well, here there's a pretty good summary of our track record, of the track record of TOKIKOM, but in any case, we have people waiting for us downstairs, and we're going to see now there's going to be a show downstairs, a bit of a musical performance. And of course, you will be given the bag, but please don't take the headsets. You have to leave the headsets on the side of the room. And now we're going to start with the party. So, bye-bye, everybody. See you later. Bye.
Jaun-andre agurgarriok. Jardunaldiei amaiera ematen hasteko ordua da. Edozein gurutzontzitan bezala, festa eta mokadu jan eder batekin emango diogu amaiera. Bidaiariok, jaitsi mesedez lehen solairura. Bertan elkartuko gara guztiok, bidaia honi amaiera emateko. Hurrengo arte eta eskerrik asko.